Test. Test. Test.
Yeah, no, it's good. I'm gonna leave this on and see if I can pick up the chatter really quick.
Do you know where I am? Without moving it off the fence?
Yeah, they turned them all the wrong way, didn't they?
I think they did. I don't know why. I guess some case they need to see it.
Troy, Michael, Kevin.
Am I next to the mayor? Andy, you're right there.
There's the mayor.
So me and then the mayor. Hello. I love. I have ear.
Yeah, we're good. We'll pick up the chatter. Do you have any?
Passed.
Hello. We have about a minute, so please prepare to take your seats.
See that camera? You move this out of the way so they can see that.
Okay, let's get started. Good morning, Mayor, City Council members, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege, honor to welcome you to this visioning session this morning, where we come together to shape the future of our city. As a former coach, I have to make this observation. It is impressive that following the wonderful remarks by the mayor during the State of the City address, where he outlined all the key accomplishments that we have so far accomplished the past year, that we're gathered here today in an effort to continue to improve, to address the things we see in our way as challenges towards becoming that city that we want to be. That is impressive. It takes a lot of focus, dedication to the goals that we have set ourselves. It is also impressive to note that the City Council has defined steps that each year that we need to take, develop our strategic plan and its goals so that we keep the path towards achieving our vision. So today, we have a unique opportunity to continue that effort, to collectively envision the city we aspire to become, a city that not only thrives economically, but also prioritizes togetherness, sustainability, and resilience. To the mayor and our city council members, your leadership and guidance are instrumental in setting strategic priorities, policies that will guide our actions in the years to come. I encourage you to continue on this path where you're embracing bold ideas and forward-thinking strategies that propels us going forward. To our esteemed partners, your expertise and investment are essential drivers of community safety, economic growth, and vitality. I urge you to explore with us opportunities for continued public-private partnerships to leverage our strengths and create opportunities for our shared prosperity. And to our residents, you are the heart and soul of our city. Your input, aspirations, concerns are invaluable as we shape policies and initiatives that reflect the needs of our community. I invite you to participate actively in this process and help us build the city that we all will be proud of to call home. Now, before we get into this session this morning, let's quickly remind ourselves of the key elements that contribute to success of any community. In my experience, I've come to appreciate the following key elements of success. Effective governance. Strong leadership and efficient administration are crucial for effective decision-making and implementation of policies. Infrastructure. Well-maintained infrastructure, including utilities, roads, public facilities, is essential for the smooth functioning of our community and the quality of life of our residents. Economic development. A healthy economy with diverse entities in commerce and industry, job opportunities, and a supportive business environment fosters growth, prosperity within our community. Public safety, ensuring the safety and security of our residents, businesses, visitors through effective code compliance, law enforcement, emergency services, and disaster preparedness is paramount. Quality education. Access to quality education from early childhood through higher education is vital for the development of human capital and future success of the community. Sustainable development. Cultural and recreational opportunities. I'm talking here about the access to these cultural facilities such as parks, green up spaces, that enhances overall quality and that contributes to the vibrancy of our community. Community engagement, encouraging active participation and engagement from our residents, businesses, and community organizations fosters a sense of belonging, ownership, and leading to civic pride. Transparency. Maintaining transparency in government, operations, and accountability is key to our residents, building trust and credibility on our end, and ensuring that there's a healthy relationship between the city and its residents. Successful cities find a way to balance all these key elements and promote growth and prosperity. So one might ask, what is the key driver to having all these elements come together? Well, for me, it is gatherings like this, where a clear vision, strategic plan, and proactive policies are discussed to set a direction for growth and development, fostering collaboration amongst stakeholders. As a community, we have done well in that regard. As you are aware, we have our current city vision. That goes through 2035. Along with that vision, which is out here outlined, Destin is a family-oriented beach fishing community where people want to live, work, and play, where visitors are welcomed to respectfully enjoy our community and its resources. Along with that, we prioritize how we're going to ensure we get to that vision. Our year-round residents are key. City-owned, the businesses in the community are key, and the city folks that come to visit us are third. For everyone's benefit, here are the prioritized goals that we currently are working through. We need to be financially strong, enhance the quality of life, promote economic development, ensure effective and pleasing infrastructure in the community, improve mobility, attain green and sustainable environment, and take care of our staff who do the work for this community. And for everyone's benefit, the current goals the current critical goals and priorities for the City Council at this point, from FY24 through 2029, the Council has these projects that are currently in place and being initiated. Finding a home for the Destin City Center, acquisition of the Malak Bridge parcel that was taken care of, the undergrounding, we're about to assign a contractor to take that on, developing the pedestrian pathway under the Malak Bridge. That effort is currently underway in a design form. Completion of the crosstown connector. That design is now complete, and we're looking for funding to begin construction. You can see a list of things that the City Council has so far ushered in. The task before us today is to solidify the path that we're on, by being mindful of two things. One, being smart in maximizing the emerging opportunities that we have. You'll see that this morning, our first session is about the opportunities to envision what we need to do with the parcel that we own in the city, given that we have recently acquired the Malak Bridge property. That's an exercise we need to take seriously and envision what those parcels could be in the future. The second part is we need to be strong in evaluating the challenges that are before us in attaining our vision. In every situation, you have opportunities and challenges, and how you navigate between the two gets you to the success that you need to be aspiring for. So together, let us think as creatively as we possibly can, work collaboratively towards a future that is sustainable and prosperous for generations to come. Thank you for your dedication to the city, and I look forward to the discussion this morning. If you look at your agenda, moving forward, if you look at your agenda, the first session we have is the City Council recently approved the engagement of the SRS Consulting Group to lead the effort of envisioning the use of the recently acquired Mala Bridge, along with all the other properties that we own in the Harbor CRA as well as the Town Center CRA. As such, SRS will be conducting a visioning process that will guide us and produce the purpose, goals, complete with options, visuals, and examples that can help us decide what these properties could be. And it is a unique opportunity that we now have to implement that potential transformational change for the city. So without further ado, let me introduce the members of the SRS team to take us through the approach for this process, and then that will be followed up with comments from the City Council and the discussion ensuing after that. Thank you. Marilyn?
So red line, can you all hear me? Okay. Great. Hi, good morning. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members, for having us today. This is an important day. It's an important day for the city, knowing that it's your 40th anniversary this year, and it's important to look forward to the next 10, 40, right, and start to vision, and the things and conversations that we're going to have today will set the tone for your future here at the city. So the bulk of today is going to be us taking a tremendous amount of notes, because you all are on the legs on the ground, and the folks living here enjoying the city, enjoying the experience, and being a wonderful connection to the community in general. It's a unique day because it's leap year also, right? So we don't get that very often. So we're on the path of multipliers of 4, right, between the 40th anniversary and every 4 years we get a leap year. So we gotta get a bonus day today, and I think today should be considered a bonus day for you all, because it's really gonna be an important day that we kind of get to flush things out. So I'm Meryl Romanek with Sinilofsky Romanek SIA, and this is Gianno Fioli, who was with Calvin Giordano. I am a licensed architect, I'm a licensed interior designer, and we do planning in our office, but we also work in partnership with Calvin Giordano and Gianno and his team. Gianno is a landscape architect and an urban planner who does tremendous work, and we're going to learn today together to help craft some vision planning and try to find solutions that work best for one another. Obviously, with this experience, there are going to be some pros and cons that we need to look at, and as we evaluate each one, we're going to do so with a temperament of the things that we're hearing today, and kind of bringing to you all thoughts and ideas that maybe are a little bit beyond what you live today, because we're going to push you to think a little bit outside of the box, but understanding that there are things that we don't know about how the community functions and things like that. So we're just going to try to absorb all that information. Wanted to walk you through the process a little bit. And gosh, that's a little bit hard to read. So let me get my copy here. eyes aren't what they used to be. So, okay, so basically we have a 4-step process in how we're gonna go about the process. We've already started. We got our kickoff meeting last week. The city has downloaded a lot of information to us at our request. We requested a lot of information related to zoning information, related to the facilities that you already have, how big the spaces are, the details of the sites, trying to understand the land you own. We got information on, it was transportation, on mobility, maps on beach, sand issues, noise issues, things like that. In our deck today, we've just basically collected all that data and have that handy should conversations come up. But we're really just trying to dive in and understand what's been accomplished to this point, what exists to this point, what are we working with, things like, bus routing, pedestrian routing, the new projects that are coming up, whether it's the easement for the power folks that you guys are converting to a park. We're trying to dive into everything that's happened ahead of us and learn a lot from one another. So that process is happening and continues to happen. So we've been collecting a lot of information and data. We had our kickoff meeting, and that was held on the 23rd. We're going to review existing planning documents, the adopted initiatives, the zoning codes, the policies and guides and things like that so that we understand the rules of the road, because that's really what guides our process moving forward. Identify potential best practices for streetscapes and park designs. So in tandem, as we're diving into you, we are doing some due diligence on initiatives that are out there that are cutting edge, initiatives that are out there from a design perspective that can bring you and elevate you, and doing some homework on the types of newer design components that can be brought to the town and make it that much better. The other item that's on the agenda is we're going to attend today's vision session, so that's on today's calendar. We're going to initiate and share this data file with the town, so we'll have a site that we can all connect and share information for. Today is a great day because we get to interview everybody all at once. We are going to set up community meetings with the community stakeholders. We're trying to nail down that date. We had initially talked about maybe March 12th. We may shift that a little bit later because it may be a little pushing it. We still are collecting so much information. We want to come to that meeting a little bit prepared. So we can try to establish that date just to make sure that it's the right moment. We acknowledge that there's spring break coming up. So we got to schedule around that a little bit just to make sure that we can maximize our audience. Our goal is to do that with in an evening so that we can capture as many folks as possible. And pick a date probably between a Monday or a Thursday without hitting a council meeting, that we can set that up and spend time with the community. Ahead of that, though, we've created a draft of a questionnaire that we will share with a QR code and a link that will be up on your website. Public Affairs will help distribute that information where we're going to extract some key information from everyone. It's going to ask them about some demographic information on themselves. Who are they? Full-time residents, not full-time residents? What's their age? What's their, kind of the core of where they're coming from? And then ask them about different initiatives and different things that might be imperative to what we do. So we're going to come to that meeting having collected some of that information already and kind of help us filter through the process and make sure that we're very clear on what we're feeling as a general pulse, right, as we walk into that meeting. So we're still in that on-site due diligence phase of the stakeholder meetings, and then we're going to visit all the sites, which we've done at this point. We've visited each and every site, taken some photos, documented it. We're validating the data from town staff. Our next step for next week is, and I'll reach out to Lewis and Cindy to get this scheduled, is start to meet with the folks from Parks and Recs, meet with the folks from Public Works, meet from the folks from every department here at the city, just to get a handle of developing a building program. We all know that you work within certain confines today, with certain amount of building infrastructures you've got today, and we have a city hall, we have a city hall annex, and there's folks here, there's folks there, there's people throughout the city. We're going to try to look at it as a whole to understand the amount of accommodations that need to be appropriate for the staff, for the stuff, right, that comes with the staff and serving the community, and really get a handle on your programmatic needs. because that will help us influence the ultimate solution, is understanding what your true needs are, okay? So we'll set up those meetings and kind of do some stakeholder conversations, just trying to build what we call, from architecture terms, a building program, which will help inform some of the decisions moving forward. We're gonna, so that's the facility needs, and we're gonna develop a questionnaire. We did that and get that distributed. We have shared a draft of that, and we hope to get some feedback so we can get that online, hopefully sometime next week, and then set up the meeting with the community after that. This whole first step culminates with a on-site community meeting. We'll be here live with folks, set up where the right place for it to occur, and then we'll get live information from the community. And at that point, we're going to have a better understanding of the needs. Then we step into what we call schematic programming, which is we take all of this information, right, and start to assess what all that means, what all it means in the way of needs, what it all means in the way of traffic, what it all means in the way of pros and cons as far as positionings, and start to develop some schematic plans for you all. And what we've talked about is having 3 variations on theme, because we actually have kind of 3 distinct clusters of spaces that we can be looking at. One is where we are today, kind of this campus, right, with the park and the City Hall Annex, the dog park, Public Works. There's kind of a confluence of activities going on here today. One is down at the west end of the city, which is where the community center is, where the parking is, where the new park, the Marler Bridge site is. Trying to look at that as something that we can bring a little bit more fluidity to. Today it's a little bit unique because of elevation changes. It's unique because of the spacing of some of those sites. So trying to take a look at that, as that could be an opportunity to create another kind of cluster of city activities. And then obviously the public site would be an opportunity that we would also look at. So we're going to look at it at a very broad-based approach, trying to help you all make the best decision for the town, right? But at that point, once we have those schematic programming initiatives, we're going to share our first pass with you all, and obviously get some feedback from that, and reactions and input and feedback, and then be able to refine that, have another round of stakeholder meetings, get some more refinement and feedback, and ultimately that will start to zero us in on the direction. So this process is basically outlined, and again, some of these key meetings need to be scheduled, so it may just a little bit, but it's about a 12-week process from start to finish. So once we get those dates fully solidified, we have our marching plans, and we'll be ready to start moving. It should be a very engaging process. It should be a very exciting process. We hope to get a lot of good feedback from, obviously, the council, the mayor, the community, and all the stakeholders, which are city employees, right, and who function and have to navigate the traffic of daily life here. So we're very excited about the process. We should be wrapping up in the summer, is kind of the goal. So by in mid-June, late June, we should be kind of wrapping up the process. And then we'll have our game plan. So we're very excited. Gianno, I don't know if you want to walk them through a little bit about the questionnaire and kind of zero in on the questions. Sure. And I think these are going to be tiny too, unfortunately. Which way is? Yeah. Can you see, do you know what that is, or you want me to pull the laptop?
No. I'm good. So good morning. I think that before we get into the questionnaire, I mean, just to follow up on some of the topics that Meryl was talking about, I think that the important thing for us is to really understand how all the different priorities and objectives of the city intersect each other. Because it's in that intersectionality that we're able to really capitalize on the opportunities for innovation. Stuff like learning how other cities have utilized their parks and open spaces and their green spaces to double up as drainage and stormwater infrastructure. Finding ways to ensure that connectivity and mobility are not segregating local residents from potential seasonal visitors, but that there's an opportunity to dovetail them together in support of the local businesses. Methods where we can utilize the programming that will be developed for your civic buildings together with programmatic components that are going to be incorporated into the parks and recreation strategies that we may recommend, that then starts to build cohesiveness and unity throughout the entire city, Because right now what we're seeing is that there is kind of a duality to the identity of the city as you move through. There is kind of like the identity that you get as a tourist, and then there's the identity that you get as a resident. And the idea here is to be able to sort of enhance the resident experience and really piggybacking on the economic benefits that the tourism brings without sacrificing one for the other. So to that effect, when we come in for our first community meeting, we want to come in fully understanding all the documentation that has been provided to us, as Merrill said, but also really understanding what are some of the priorities that the residents have. So to that effect, we have sort of a preliminary questionnaire that we're going to be sending out to a lot of the residents. And right there, we are trying to get sort of big picture ideas as to what do they think is really important. How important to them is sustainability, right? How important to them is mobility and connectivity? How important to them is access to all of the different public realm improvements? And how do they see the city benefiting them? This relationship and defining that relationship between how the residents see themselves as part of the overall governance of the city is really critical, so that for one thing, they can understand that their voice matters and that we're here to listen and incorporate whatever things they bring to the table, but that they are our sounding board so that we're able to really sort of flesh out some of these ideas. So a lot of the questions that you'll see here, I'm not going to go into each one of them particularly, but it's really more about getting a general understanding of the community so that when we come back, we are able to talk to some of the aspirations that they bring to the table for those values. And then I don't know if we want to go through the full deck. I mean, there's a lot.
There's a lot of data. So, and I think we have this as a resource as we have today's conversations, just as far as we've collected the census data. So we're validating what we see as far as numbers today, numbers that we see in the future, and just trying to understand what that means as far as head count and the population and how it fluxes. Just the population trends, so we're going to have these as resources to us. Obviously, the tourism industry is major here, right? So understanding what that impact is fiscally is important. Understanding what that impact is just headcount based, and the flow of people coming in and out of the city is important to understand as well. And hoping to continue that. And then, you know, we found it absolutely fascinating that 6 out of 10 taxpayers are somehow tied to the tourism industry here. So it is major, the impact to it. Understanding the amount of beds that are here today, we're going to take a look at that and understand what that means as far as demographics, and making sure that we take those into account and making sure that those beds that are here continue to serve the community and how we can expand and honor that. Our tax revenues, we're trying to understand what that all means fiscally as well, because at the end of the day, we have to provide a solution that works functionally for you, is positive for you, but also that you can afford, right? And so we want to make sure that we're being fiscally responsible as we look at that. How Destin is reinvesting, so we're looking at those pieces of the puzzle as well. Tourism demographics, again, where everybody's coming from. Here in the United States, it's pretty much every state is coming to visit Destin, which is wonderful, and then the countries that come and visit you. We're diving into all the zoning maps, because obviously there's the overall zoning map and what that means, and really we look at, it's fascinating, we kind of look at it as striated bands, right, as far as the city itself, because you've kind of got the beach, which has its own dynamics as far as condos and hotels and that vibe, and then you've got 98 and the retail, and then you've got kind of a little industrial strip and then flips to residential. So you guys are fully a striated kind of scenario. But some of the movement that you've done with the CRAs have bled those a little bit and introduced mixed use with residential and started to blur those lines a little bit, which we think is a very positive move. So we're just, again, this is just data collection that we've got and the fact sheets on the zoning information, and then talking about the different areas as far as the CRAs, learning from those experiences and the information that's each part of those. So those will all be considered as we start to look at the different alternates and options. And then the town center version, of the CRA. So again, we have a lot of information in here. It's just us starting to dive into you all and doing our homework. Pedestrian facilities, one of the interesting parts is your traffic ways, to me at least. I think it's fascinating as far as the roadscapes, but the potential for pedestrianscapes, bicycle ways, greenways, those types of things need to be encouraged and tapped into. And I think that will benefit the tourists, but I think residentially it will benefit you all tremendously as far as bringing that activity and finding ways to connect one end to the other, because there's some true bifurcations that occurred today that we need to probably address and clean up and make sure that that's much more fluid and safe. Bicycles. And then your transit routes, just understanding how people move through the corridors. And then the street maps, and the more transit, and the white sand map, and the flood zone maps. So there's tons of information that we are looking at. The noise from the airport, future feasibility. This is tied to your mobility plan that you all worked on recently. So we're going to tap into that information, use it as a resource. And your land uses, and that major connector of 98. That was their primary focus, but it obviously is a tool that can enhance how we look beyond that. We got lots of stuff out there. This is where we talked about the departments. So Louis and I will set up some meetings so we can chat with each of these folks and understand the needs. So understanding your organizational chart, how you function, the flow of information, the number of folks, the types of spaces, those types of things will all inform our next steps, which we hope to get that process going next week. We also did an inventory of all your existing parks, understanding what's being offered at each park, just so we can see you know, how many courts you got, how many baseball fields you got, how many soccer, and you know, I was here at the award night, which was major about baseball and softball that night, and you guys major successes. So we know that there's some strong programs that are here, and obviously we don't want to alter those in any way, and in fact we want to enhance them and celebrate them. So we want to make sure we take care of that. But are there things and amenities and programs that you're not offering today that you should entertain? We see that pickleball's coming, right? And when I was at the community center a month ago, I saw indoor pickleball going on, but pickleball is the rage at the moment. The lovely thing about pickleball is, you know, it's a tennis court divided by 4, the number 4 again. So it gives you flexibility on what you can offer to the community. And we'll take a look and a deep dive into all the parks and make some recommendations. Gianna was very good at the landscape side and creating parks that are wonderful. So we can take a look at that and just really understanding what you've got today and how we can complement the pieces that exist. Again, more of the demographics on your park locations and what you've got. We also took a look at the things that, the trails and the parks, and I think this is an opportunity to really enhance some of those. And then we took a look at what's happening at the community center today. Just trying to understand the types of spaces that you need for your activities and things like that. And obviously we will sit down and get a little bit more detail, because there may be programs that you're not able to offer because the space doesn't allow you today. Or there's just an amenity that isn't quite right, and it'd be great if. So we're gonna have those types of conversations. We also dove into what's happening at all these parks at all hours of the night and all hours of the weekends. Senior events. So we'll dive through those and go through the programming. Parks and Rec programs, these are your bigger events. Just understanding where those occur, what they require as far as space, what they require as far as power, what they require as far as shade. I mean, all those types of things. We'll pick through those community events and understand them a little bit better, just to make sure that we're solving them the best we can. This is Public Works, the parking statistics. Just important to understand kind of the revenue side of that, also the quantity side of that. Are there other opportunities we can be exploring? Can we enhance that? Are parking structures an option? Really understanding, you know, is it serving you well today? Could it be better? So we're going to need to pick your brains about that a little bit as well. did an inventory of all the city-owned properties that we know of. All the ones in blue are city-owned properties, and kind of did the data drawdown from the property appraiser's office, just understanding the sizes, the facilities on them, the zoning, all those things like that. So I'm going to flip through these quickly, but just trying to make sure you got the gist of it all as far as the homework that we've done so far. So we're coming in as prepared as we can to start off all of these conversations. So we're trying to get in your heads, trying to pretend we live here, right? The library, we have the facilities that the city has provided us. We have the inventory of some of those drawings as well. Some we don't, but we're getting there. So. I don't think I need to go into full detail on these, but it's just, you can see we've collected a lot in the last week and a half, 2 weeks. Food for thought. Want to learn more about that program and initiative. What's interesting is you've got a tremendous amount of individual little pieces of property. It's how we connect them, that I think is important and it becomes part of our challenge. This is the public site, so the information that we've collected on it, obviously the Publix is well out of the ground at this point, but the opportunities that are adjacent to it we'll look into as an option. And then the FP&L site, which is the linear park. The schools, these are all feeders to the parks programs. These are all feeders to, confluences of kids and activities, and trying to understand those processes better. And then we're looking at, this is the map where the schools are today. And then even starting to define, is there an inherent architectural style here in Destin? And trying to find something that's meaningful, that represents you well, that will really be kind of that state-of-the-art, uniquely Destin experience, and trying to extract the things that are here today and where we can go. So we're collecting a lot. I hope some of this pass-through starts to inspire you and starts to make you think about the things that maybe what happens is you tend to think about the things you cope with every day, right? And we're trying to push you to start to think of things a little bit more globally, a little bit more visionary, and a little bit more expanded, so that we can start to do it. But this is kind of our first step, which is this collection. You are the biggest part of the collection, which is the things that we can't find on a map, and the things that we can't find on a website, and the things that we can't find in drawing form. It's the stuff that is more experiential. It's the stuff that is more personal, and it's the stuff that and aspirational. So with that, we're going to let you guys start communicating and sharing.
Can I ask you a question? Sure. Yeah, so your survey, how's that different than the citizen survey we did a year and a half ago? What data are you going to collect that we didn't already collect a year and a half ago? And we have actually longitudinal support going back years.
Some of the questions are very similar. We are asking some questions such as, how do you define the architectural character of Destin, right? Some of those questions are really more about getting a more current perspective to find out if anything has changed. But ultimately, it's really more about just getting everybody in the same mindset as to understanding what kind of feedback that they can give us.
It's important to note that we've shared that survey.
Yeah, I assume we had. I guess my thing, is be like you asked this room, what we think our architectural style is. It depends on where you live. Just like y'all just said, it is an eclectic mix of old Florida, new Florida.
Stuff from the 70s and 80s.
I'm not sure what that tells you. What does that tell you that you haven't already seen with your own eyes?
Right, but I think it's trying to find out, because we can, by design, start to push in a direction that's a little bit more of a unified approach, a little bit more of a keystone and a kind of marker towards it, so we can start to hone that in, and hone it in with what we envision related to the master plan, but hone it in as vision, you know, potentially with the CRAs, and start to kind of streamline that a little bit. When we drive through, you can tell that, you know, it's just been a layered effect of this is popular at this time and this is popular at that time from an aesthetic standpoint, and how we try to steer that in a direction will help bring unity, will help bring connectivity, and help make it a little bit better. It's just trying to find extract from the community what feels right for you all.
It's also about creating a baseline, because we want to make sure, we are architects, we talk about architecture in a very specific way, and we want to better understand how the local population talks about the architecture and how they refer to it, so that then we can speak on the same level. I think that when we come back after our first listening session, and we come back with boards and examples of architecture, at that point we start to level the playing field with regard to clearing out the nomenclature as to what we call what, and how each one of those different typologies of architectural styles could have a potential impact on the sort of quality of life of the development. Certain architectural styles do not lend themselves well to sort of public-private sort of transitions. That creates great spaces for restaurants to have outdoor events, for outdoor commercialization of the different commercial uses, and the activation of the public realm. And that's going to be really critical for us, because we've learned over many different projects that the best way to generate activity is to have activity. So the more activation you have, then that'll give us a better understanding to be able to understand how to activate that public realm by creating a good synergy between the land uses that we might be recommending, the architectural and stylistic interpretations that we are going to sort of parlay out with the community, and then how those then sort of create a lively, animated environment that makes it want to feel like a destination, not only for the tourists, but also for the local residents. So that's the kind of idea behind the survey. It's just a grounding strategy, so that we don't come in completely blinded or assuming that everything that was asked before is a continuation. Part of it is we also find that sometimes the same people that respond to a survey at one point aren't the same demographics that respond to a survey after. So having just that checkpoint is really important for us.
Okay.
Oh, it works now. With those architectural styles, can you have examples on there, so that way they know what terminology you're using?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And it's critical, because, you know, the layperson doesn't speak about architecture the same way we do. So having visuals that we can kind of say, this is what we consider to be, you know, Mediterranean. This is what we would consider to be Florida vernacular. This is what we would consider to be modern, and then really start to gauge reactions from them on that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we'd like to open it up for City Council comments. We have on the agenda an opportunity for you to share with us your thoughts, not only on the process here, but what you see from a big picture standpoint, where this community is headed. As we also prepare for the budget, that'll be a good time to get your thoughts. Thank you.
All right, well, some
start
of the
with the
things
mayor.
that they brought up, I'm not going to go into any specifics, but a lot of the things they brought up, there's a lot of monies out there at state, regional, federal grant levels. So my plea today is that, you know, while we have to be physically responsible, that we just open our minds up to potential money that we don't have at the moment, but may be coming down the line in a lot of different ways. So kind of just a balance between fiduciary and dreaming big is all I'm asking. So I'm not going to go into details, but I think having a lot of conversations with state reps and state agencies, FDOT, DEP, the Florida Sun Trail, all these mobility, like, you know, half of these bullet points that they're talking about. There's new monies opening up year after year, so that's the only thing I've been learning this past year is there's a lot of new opportunity out there, and we, being a highly desired area in the Panhandle, have the attention of the state. So that's my only 2 cents I want to throw in is dream big, and we will have to figure out the base money is our responsibility, but there's also a lot of dreaming money that's out there at the state and federal level that I think we have a great opportunity to go after. So that's my 2 cents before we get into the council.
So is this like where we're just throwing out ideas pretty much? Is that what this is?
Yes, yes.
All right, well, I guess one idea is that I'm really wanting to see, I don't know what 5-year, 10-year, 15-year, whatever it is I'd love to see our harbor turn from a free harbor into a mooring harbor. So in order that to happen, of course, we need on-land facilities, which I vision One Harbor Boulevard solving that. And by having both of these, we can actually get a harbor master that actually has jurisdiction on our water. So it's a three-part fold. Other things I'd love to see is maybe more transient slips along our harbor, so citizens can actually enjoy our harbor and go to different docks. I don't even know if potentially more youth recreation areas. I mean, I saw Fort Walton had a skate park that opened up, so I don't know if that's something we want to look at, or I think y'all looked at it a long time ago. And, even archery is becoming really big in our area, so maybe see about building like an archery range. I guess that's really all I can think of right now. So.
Round the horn.
Yeah, I would second a lot of that. I'm not much of a skateboarder, but I think there's a need. Definitely, I love the archery idea. I think that's great, John. And I think we've kind of, I think we've sort of scratched the surface on a harbor master, and I'd love to hear everybody else's thoughts on that. I think it's a tricky thing between a code compliance and separate city. I don't understand all the ins and outs, and why. I personally don't understand why we don't have somebody full-time necessarily, but I think it's great. And everybody around here, everybody, for the most part, the communities, close to here or in Florida have mooring harbors or have mooring zones, right? And ours is it's a cluster at best. I mean, where these guys and where these boats moor is like, it is wildly inconvenient for the rest of for our packed out harbor. So I would say I'm in agreement with that. One of the things I would like to look at, based on our last council meeting and the conversations with Lamar, I would like to see about, what would it take to have sign reform? How can we reform? Is that a thing? Are we completely out of line? Going back, kind of seeing how we wound up with 166 digital signs when we have a code that prohibits it. So I'd like to see that. And if we need to, if we're gonna potentially, I personally would like to see us get rid of, however possible, go down the route of eliminating billboards, digital signs, and completely revamping our sign situation. I mean, if you go to communities, well-respected, beautiful cities, they all have some uniformity to their signage. So, if we've got and I think that the citizens of Destin would totally get on board with it. So if it would need to go to a referendum, or if we wanted to, I think it would potentially turn into a capital project to where we can subsidize and help do this throughout the city. It might make waves, but you know, as far as making our town pretty, I think that's one of the keys. And then lastly for me, I've had 3 contractors reach out to me in the last 24 hours complaining about our planning and zoning department. Not to put anybody on blast, but these are all 3 citizens of Destin who conduct their contracting business in town, and they have all brought issues to me about such. So if possible, I'd like to talk about that and what it would take to get that department responsive and back on track.
Teresa, Councilwoman Amber?
Thanks, Mayor. I like John's ideas. Those are all great. The harbor master, I know we've talked about that in the past. I think it has to do with, you know, the size of the city, the monetary involvement it takes. I know there were some ins and outs, not really sure exactly, but we did talk about it a couple years back. So I agree with that. Getting the mooring under control in our harbor. And Johnny, I like the idea of getting all of our signs to look like a lot of other cities that, you know, are highly respected, very well visited, and, you know, a lot of them are like, you know, okay, they can be as high as 6 feet high, you know, 10 feet wide, concrete in the ground. None of this, your sign's up here, there's a digital advertisement below it, and then, you know, it's on a pole. I know it takes a village to get something like that revamped and reapproved, but I think that sounds like something that we could do in the longevity. And then I know that we have vamped up our code compliance department. We probably have added several more members to it. And in the scheme of things of trying to beautify our city, I feel like we have a lot of residents that are new to the area, or there's renters of homes of people that lived here and have moved and now they rent their home. So there's a lot of uninformed residents of the environmental codes that we have, as far as, you know, trash out on the street for a couple weeks and not calling and getting it picked up, and giving code sort of the teeth to go in and hold these people accountable for consistently, you know, stepping out and not worrying about what the rules and regulations are. I think that's one of the things that matter. We have a lot of our back roads that have become, you know, more of an outlet for traffic to get off of 98 and go down Cybert. It looks like a junk house here, and then there's 2 beautiful homes, and then there's like some apartments that, you know, all of their trash cans stay out by the street because they feel like, you know, it's easier just to drive my trash out there, drop it off, and head to work. So I think, you know, in the scheme of trying to beautify our city, just giving code more enforcement to be able to hold our citizens that live here, that, you know, have weekly trash pickups, that have, you know, weekly debris pickups, follow the schedule and keep their trash at the house until it's the day before when it's supposed to be picked up. I just feel like if we could give our code compliance department, now that we have a lot more on board, some teeth to make that happen, to enforce what we already have on the books, and to help our residents, those that try and stay nice and neat and have beautiful properties, that are living next to somebody that doesn't care. We can get it sort of like an all-inclusive kind of code for the city. That's my thoughts.
Sure. Well, thank you first to the people that are here today, citizens that are in the crowd and audience back there. Thank you to the stakeholders that we'll be hearing from here in a little bit for joining us today. Thank you, Interim City Manager, City Attorney, and Finance Director, and all the staff for the city that worked to put this meeting together today. I know it takes a lot of time and effort and everything, so thank you all, first of all. As Lewis said, I do agree that I think it's very beneficial to understand the position that we are at today as a city, financially, structurally, and strategically. And I think the way you kicked off the meeting was perfect. I feel that that we are at a point right now, I'll say, to both continue, but also to begin moving in a direction that I personally feel is going to have a generational impact to the city, for for my kids, our friends' kids, and the future kids around here. I think I've been a part of 3 or 4 of these meetings, and I'm not sure how long the city's had them prior to some of y'all have been here, so maybe y'all know, but I know visioning has always been looked at. In the past, we've done visioning, but I think sometimes the decisions and directions that have been made, that's why we are where we are at today, both good and bad. There's great things that are going on, but I think there's also some struggles that are going on. I personally, and I know other council members here have said and feel strongly that as a city, that we should do what we have always said, Mr. King, that on that 4th slide, that we will respect the number 1 priority customers of the city, which is the citizens of Destin. I think a few of us have repeated that timely over and over again to make sure that hopefully our staff understand that that should be the number 1 customer in this city. The number 3 customer, the visitors, we love, and they support us, and they provide a lot of us jobs. But again, they are the 3rd priority on that list. And I think that that slide is very important because we do want to provide a community where people want to live. And obviously people are moving here in droves. We're building apartment complexes and townhome complexes, and we're needing more housing. They want to live here. We provide jobs. The chamber helps do that, and the community provides jobs. And we also have a place that people want to play. Councilman Stevens brought up some great things about the kids and all that. There's a lot of good stuff going around here with the children. I think that everything that we're going to hear today, that we already heard from the SRS people, thank you for being here as well, that we are going to be presented with a lot of information, I think, this afternoon, and maybe even this morning, that is going to require some tough decisions from current council in the future, as well as, I think, future councils, maybe this upcoming season. But I hope that decisions like, Mr. King's kicking out with the signs. I wasn't here at the last meeting, but I heard a lot of talk about billboards from Lamar. But I think the people that have been on this council for numbers of years and previously, before us, there's more to talk about than just Lamar billboards, like you're saying. There's signs. There's a big stuff. And I remember sitting with people in the chamber from day one before I got up here. They talked about cleaning up the signs on 98, how that's a battle that we will probably never win, and we'll probably never be able to do it, but we haven't tried yet. So why not, Mr. King? I love it. I agree that now more than ever, that we have to look at ways, to me, in my opinion, to help provide our children in this town the best opportunity to learn and grow to future leaders in this city and wherever else they go. And I feel that that is one of the most important things that we can do as we're visioning, and as Crystal and everybody is talking about today, that we have to look at how that's going to help these kids and future kids to be replacing us, and the others that are here one day. To not look right now and talk about why didn't we start doing renewal and replacement 20 years ago. I'm glad we're talking about it now, and I hope that when the time comes, when we make decisions on this council, that we will make the hard decisions to 20 years from now not be in the place that we are at today for what we are struggling to provide the citizens and the kids in this town. I think another big thing for me, and I hope the future council or current council will want to look at, is that I think that we need to take a very strong stance with Okaloosa County and the Okaloosa County TDC to make sure that the city of Destin and the city of Destin residents are getting what is due to us. We need to make sure with all of the stuff that we are talking about this afternoon and that we want to do, that we really look at how the county is impacting all of these things that we are talking about today. How has the visitors to this city impacted all of the structures that we are talking about today. And to make sure that staff and attorneys or whoever has all the teeth that they need to go fight the fight to give the city what is due to us, what is owed to us, and possibly even more for the things that we provide to the county and to the visitors and everybody else that comes through these streets right now. I wish they were here. I know the sheriff's department's here today. I wish we would hear from the county in this visioning session, but I'm not sure if they were available or not, but maybe we'll hear from them in the future. I agree with everything that's been said so far. I look forward to the rest of this day. I look forward to this rest of this year. I look forward to hopefully 4 more years here soon, and I look forward to the future of Destin because it's very important to me and a lot of others in this room. I know it is, and I look forward to working with everybody to get there. So, thank you.
Councilman McGowan?
Thank you. It's going to be hard to follow that, but I'm going to give it my best shot. I agree with everyone, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but one thing that people are mentioning is that the year-round, or the locals are priority one. One thing I think that we need to understand, there's only 3,675 locals in the city of Destin that live here, that are homesteaded. Out of the 14,000 residents, only 3,675 are homesteaded. So we need to look out for those 3,600. If you look at estimations from Northwest Daily News, they say anywhere from 25,000 to 60,000 tourists any given day. According to the EPA, we have 4.5 million annual tourists that visit Destin every day. So that means that the 3,600 of us are only at a low volume for tourism, 6.5% of the population, at a high 3.7% of that population. So when you look at these numbers, it's important for us to understand that we've got to protect those 3,675 people. And there's several ways that I think we need to start approaching this, and things that I would love to see come back from staff as opportunities. One of these opportunities is something we just saw from the SRS slide. We have 7,300 condos, 1,388 homes, and 40 that are on short-term, or additional 40 short-term rentals that are impacting the city. 83% of that isn't even being captured in our registration fees. So the 7,300 condos that are out here, we're not even, they're utilizing our community as a business to create revenue, but we aren't capturing any of that through registration fees. There's things that we need to take a proactive approach if we're going to make the residents first and try to benefit this city. Some of the other things that I think we need to look at, when you look at our community center and Morgan Sport Complex, last year we lost $538,000 in the city from taxpayer dollars going to programs to support just the community center. We need to increase these fees. The average citizen, those 3,600 people, 3,600, shouldn't be paying for the people that are utilizing that community center. We need to increase some of these fees and make these programs proportioned appropriately. The people that are utilizing need to help pay for those. Those shouldn't come from the average taxpayer. Same with Morgan Sport Complex. We lost $516,000 last year off Morgan Sport Complex. If we just shut those two facilities down, we save the taxpayers $1 million a year. It's not feasible. We don't want to do that. We're here to take care of our community. We're here to make sure we have services for our community, but we need to price these things appropriately to make sure that this community can function properly, in my opinion. And I'm all for whatever we need to do to entertain, hatchet throwing, archery, whatever we want to do, but I think it needs to be priced appropriately so that the average 3,600 aren't paying for the majority. Something else we're looking at is the building department. I agree there's probably some improvements we need to make, but what we need to understand is we lost $400,000 last year in the building department. So all these builders and developers that are making dollars off the 3,600 and the inconvenience of those 3,600, they need to pay their way. We need to increase those. As a building contractor, as a roofing contractor, I pay these permit fees as well, but the average citizen shouldn't be paying that additional $400,000 so some builder can make a little bit extra money in his pocket. I think we need the staff to make a real strong, hard stance in reevaluating some of these fees and these fee increases so that everybody's billed appropriately and we can protect our number one priority. That's all I've got.
All right. Councilman Bagby.
Oh, thanks, Mayor.
Bring us home.
Well, I'm not sure I'll bring us home, but I'll do my best. And I'll start at the 50,000-foot level, I guess. Having participated in most of these, because in the old days, we would hire specialists. We would hire people like SRS to come in and do a SACI plan or a whatever and tell us, oh, okay, this is what it is. And then probably 15 years ago, we started doing regular visioning sessions. And the visioning session, it's funny because this past weekend, our priest actually told us a little story, and I'm like, oh my God, I got to use that. So there was an Indian tribe, and the chief was getting very old, and he called his 3 sons. Sorry, ladies, but that's how they did it back then. So he called his 3 sons to him, and he said, go out to the mountain and bring me back the most beautiful thing you see. And whoever brings me back the most beautiful thing will be the chief. So they go up, come back a few days later. First son hands his father the most beautiful flower you've ever seen. Perfectly shaped, symmetrical, coloration, everything. Most beautiful flower ever. The second son comes back, hands his father this highly polished stone. The prisms, the colors coming off the stone were magnificent. The third son comes to the father and says, I have nothing, but I stood on top of the mountain and I saw on the other side of the mountain the most green pastures, a wide flowing river, herds of buffalo roaming. That's the most beautiful thing I have to give you. And that's the son that became the chief, who moved the tribe because he had a vision of what the future is going to look like. So what's our future going to look like? Well, and then we all have a different vision, which is great. I know what I want the city to look like. We've talked about it before. Parks that everybody can walk to in the city. Everybody has a neighborhood park within walking distance. Everything underground. On a side note, on the signs, we did try to get rid of the signs last time I was on the council. A, things take time, and B, sometimes that time changes people's opinions. Back then, there weren't a lot of cell phones, and you couldn't Google stuff, and there were some of the older members of the council at that time who know our businesses will fail, and that's our second priority. They will all go under because nobody will know how to find them, which was a serious concern before you had cell phones, because some of these places are off 98 down the hill, and they wanted to make them bigger, and of course, I wanted to make them smaller. Actually, I didn't want them at all, but I lost that battle. But now, we've had subsequent councils, but it takes time. You can't just outlaw the signs. You have to do what we did with the billboards. Say, okay, if you have to replace it, then it has to conform to whatever our new rules are. And over time, all these things take time. Over time, we will get the signs where we want them to be. But it's not like we can just say at the next council meeting, no more signs on 98, within 20 feet of 98, and no electronic signs. That's just not the way the world works, because they have rights too, and they'll sue the heck out of us, and they'll win. Because we can't change things overnight as much as we would want to. So I would say when we're working through today, it's not a project list, even though I agree with a lot of the projects that y'all have mentioned. That's down the road. This is about giving the staff, saying who we want to be. And our vision should look, we're 40 years old. It should look for the next 40, it should look for one or two things. The next 40 years, where we want to be 40 years from now when our kids are sitting here, or after the next big weather event, when money will flood in, to help us, and we could do a lot of projects that we couldn't do. Previous councils tried to fix everything they could. We had problems with 98, and we had more ideas than you could shake a stick at. We were going to underground 98. We were going to overhead 98. We were going to put an off-ramp way down in Crystal Beach so that all that through traffic wouldn't bother our quaint little fishing village. Of course, there was no money for any of that. FDOT looked at us like, you guys are idiots if you think you can tunnel under, the water table is at like 6 feet in some places. So, but it takes time. We 4-laned it. I'm not sure that's the right idea. That just gets you more traffic, but that's what we did. But we have to look for that 40-year and gradually achieve that vision for Destin in 2064. Think about that, 2064. That's 40 years. That's how long the city's been in existence. It'll be here for another 40 years, and we just work toward it. The way we work toward it, there's 3 things. Number 1, there's the comprehensive plan. So y'all hear me talk about it. I stay on Lewis weekly, maybe not weekly, bi-weekly. Where are we on the comprehensive plan? Because those are the rules that the developers will have to follow, that the business people will have to follow, that our citizens will have to follow. And we have to think like developers, because when we updated the comprehensive plan before, some of us said, no, you can't do that. They're going to build these big hotels and you're going to give them 5-foot setbacks and, you won't be able to see the Gulf and it's a landscaping barrier. No, they're going to cram everybody that they can in that under the current comprehensive plan. And so we have to fix that. We have to fix a lot of things that are in our rules, that are within our power, that you won't see next week or next year or the year after that. But in 20 years, this town will look, I think, what the majority of us and the majority of the citizens want it to look like. Redevelopment. I was telling Shane, 20 years ago, we were talking redevelopment every week. That's why we had 2 CRAs, because we were going to redevelop this town. We were going to make it look like that, shining city by the coast. And it didn't happen for a lot of reasons. I see Jim Woods back there smiling. But in the next 20 years, the next 40 years, you will see redevelopment in this town. Not because we said we're going to redevelop the town, but people are getting priced out of this town because of insurance. And that's not going to change. And some of these older homes, they're going to realize they can sell that 40-year-old home, that 60-year-old home for $500,000, go buy a nice big house in Freeport or Crestview or Baker and say, I don't go to the beach anymore anyway. I get sun cancer or what, and people are going to come in and tear those things down, and they're going to build whatever our comprehensive plan allows them to build. We will redevelop this town, and yes, I want my kids to come back. My kids, one's in Tallahassee and one's in New York City. They're not coming back. They come back to visit. I wish they would, but we don't have the jobs. We don't have the industry here for them to work, live here, and stay here. And there probably won't be priced out of the housing, but, a lot of kids will. But I agree, the kids that we have, we ought to take care of them, and we ought to have, and I agree with both of you, we ought to have programs, and they ought to be paid for. And then I would look at you and say, you want annexation? Charge the kids that are coming from Kelly and Regatta and outside the city limits, triple, quadruple, whatever it costs, because the parents still want to take care of their kids. They still want them to be involved, but we've got to incentivize. The reason we've never been able to successfully annex anything else is because we haven't been able to incentivize them. Oh, wow, I get a break at the library. Oh, I get a break at the boat launch. Woo, okay. I'm paying, in my $3 million house in Kelly Plantation. your tax millage and the extra I have to pay for my boat launch, it's not an incentive. So we got to figure out how to incentivize those folks to come into the town. And then the budget, because that is our top thing. You know, the comprehensive plan and the budget, making sure that we're paying, that everybody's paying their fair share. Signs, parks, it's, you know, not a project list. It's a vision. And it's direction to the staff, and it's a reflection to the community of how we feel and where we want to go and where we want to be, where we want to, you know, they talk about end state. What's our end state 40 years from now? That's our vision. And you have to understand a lot of these things we can get done, but a lot of these things, to the mayor's point, yeah, there's still the recovery plan and there's still a lot of money sloshing around in the economy, but that's drying up. And the state's not going to have, you know, in 2 years, the state's not going to have any of those federal dollars to bequeath to us. So we need to make sure we have a sustainable plan to fund our vision. That's all I got.
Crystal, jump in.
I have just one follow-up question, because we talk a lot about what we want our city to look like in the future, but I haven't actually heard from all of the council members. I mean, what is your vision? Like, if you could, is there an example of a city that you really enjoy visiting because of, you know, for whatever reason? I'm just, you know, I'd like to hear more about your actual visions.
Well, I guess we can go in reverse order. So we don't always put it on John first, you know. It's hard being the first guy out of the block because you don't have, you know, you get good ideas when you listen to other people. I go to Pinehurst every year, and I've been blessed to be able to travel a lot, and I've been to a lot of destinations. And when I was at the TDC in Walton County, I went to a lot of destinations just to see, you know, what they had going on. Key West, Pinehurst. I would say if you go there at night, it's dark. There's no electronic signs. It's gorgeous. You can see the sky. You know, think about that. And those of you who have been able to travel either way out into the sea or out into the desert, and I've been both, when you're out there, you see the stars just because of the light clutter, the light pollution. You don't see, yeah, you see the main ones, but there's billions of stars out there, and you get 20 miles away from any light source and you look up in the sky. I want to be able to see the sky, okay? I want to be able to enjoy places like Dewey's on the Harbor and all these other places, restaurants, and I want quality of life for our kids. When I stand on the Marlar Bridge and I look down, I don't want to see any signs. I don't want to see any light poles. Or power poles, cable poles, whatever they are, you know, all the way down 98 and then into the residential areas. I want to see wide sidewalks where people can bicycle and people can walk and people can enjoy, and like I said, a park in every neighborhood. That's my, and beach access, bay access, you know, we're doing better. These were all ideas that we didn't have. I mean, you look at all the beach that we own now, we didn't own it 20 years ago, but that was a priority for us. So that's, and I want to see a harbor that's tranquil, that, you know, is fun to go down to. So that's my mind.
All right. Well, I understand what Councilman Bagby's saying. I can dare to dream that we could ever get back to that point. But to me, the paramount priority of any elected official is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. But there's also an inherent obligation of giving them back their city a little bit. Something that we just talked about. There's 3,600 of us. If it's Mother's Day, Valentine's Day, any holiday during your wife or children's birthday, we can't go to a restaurant here without waiting 2 hours to be seated. So you're going the day before the holiday, or you're going at 4 o'clock for dinner. I think we've taken the basic general right to live away from the local citizens by selling it to the highest bidder. You go to Publix, it doesn't matter what day, you're gonna sit in line for an hour just to try to get some groceries, and half the stuff you want's not on the shelf. But for me, the vision is finding a way to make citizens first, whether it's local-only lines, local-only traffic lanes during rush hour traffic, or whatever it takes. And I realize some of this may be an infringement on DOT funding, but I don't have all the answers. I'm just saying my goal or my vision for the city is to give our future children a chance to live in the city of Destin. Right now, our kids, I have 4 kids, not one of them can afford to live in Destin. Now, we can, insurance rates, I believe, potentially one of those contributors, absolutely. I also believe the short-term rental community is one of those contributors. I think they've came in, overpaid for every house to create this elevated idea of what we feel these homes are worth, and nobody's gonna be able to afford to live here. So my vision is just developing the American dream for the average citizen here in Destin.
Thank you, Crystal, for asking the question. And I respect Councilman Bagby's comments as well. And I don't think he means this, but maybe he does. But I mean, we're not going to go backwards to the quaint fishing town village. I think we've talked about that. But I think it's always important to respect and honor that history and that heritage. I don't think the days are gone where a kid can walk or ride their bike down to the docks and go fishing. It's harder today than whenever I did it when I was a kid, but it's still possible. So I want to live in a place, and I want my kids to live in a place where we provide every potential mechanism to try our best to still create those safe opportunities for them. The sidewalks, the speed humps, all across the city. I could care less. Stop signs, whatever. We heard so much bickering about that stop sign on Spring Lane and Kelly. Guess what? 3 days after it was installed, I haven't heard a single word about it. That's the world that we live in right now. So easy to go scream and cry and complain. I see people stopping at it every single day. I'm sure there's still some upset people, but we don't hear about it. We need to do everything we can to provide safe measures to allow the ability to walk, ride, and get around the city for ourselves, the older generations, and the younger generations. We need to provide the facilities. Community center. We need a new community center, whether it's for basketball, volleyball, whether it's for tetherball, pickleball, whatever you want to do inside of the community center, for meetings, the fish fry, for gatherings, the arts and crafts fair. We need a new community center, bigger. We need fields. We need space. We need to work with the school district. There's land available. There's things that we need to do to live in a place that has more opportunities for the kids that live here, but also the kids that come visit. The travel sports industry is massive. There's revenue that we are just throwing away, not throwing away, but just missing, that we could be getting when we talk about revenue-seeking opportunities. That industry is massive. I'll bring it up soon, but the Publix Park in Panama City, millions of dollars was generated. Now that's a state-of-the-art facility, and I don't think we can get there, but we have the ability to do something like that. But I want to live in a place that has those parks and those facilities and those options. I had a dad ask me yesterday at the fun run, my daughters loved playing basketball this season, but why was it so short? Why do we only have this many games? Well, there's not a lot of space to play basketball, and there's a short window. Wish we could play more games, but it is what it is. You know, kids are thriving to do something besides playing video games all day. But sometimes they don't have the opportunity because we don't have the space. And it's not all about sports. There's tons of things you could do. Yeah, you know, and I'd love to see the stars, but I also love going into the north part of the county and Alabama and the mountains. When I want to go see the stars, I like to get away a little bit. So, but I think that's nice as well. But, you know, it's 2024. We can't live like it's 2000 and before. Safeties, things are different nowadays. And you hear people, well, I used to let my kids just run around all night. Well, unfortunately, there's creepy people driving creepy vans down the street and picking your kids up now, and they weren't doing that 30 years ago, or maybe they weren't doing it as often. So we can't all live in that world anymore, but hopefully the city can do whatever we can to provide the safest options for them. So that's where I want to live.
I appreciate your input, Jim. I think that's, you know, some great ideas. Yes, it would be great to see the stars, but I also have to agree with Mr. Schmidt. It is what it is. We're not going to be able to go back and stop everything and create that kind of a layout. But I do believe that we're already in the right direction. We're putting in parks. We bought back beach. I feel like the city's making the best choices with great guidance, and we have great people on our city team to help us continue to move in the right direction. So without basically giving you a bunch more stuff to write down, you've gotten some good general ideas, and I do agree with Kevin. I mean, we are not charging enough money for the facilities that we currently allow the nation to come and use. I feel like we're missing out on a lot of monies. We need to change what we charge for out-of-town intramural sports, for any kind of use of any of our facilities. And I feel like we are not charging enough money in the building department for those out-of-towners that are coming in and building condominiums and townhomes. And, you know, we're just very generous, and we have not updated what we should be charging for everything that we as the city are opening our arms up to allow others to come in. And they've taken advantage of us. And I think that's the change we need to make, is we need to get the right amount of monies from the right type of contenders, whether it's in the sports industry or in the building industry. We need to do more for our citizens by charging those that don't live here, that are coming in and building and taking away some of what we own. They're not paying enough for what we have, our piece of paradise. So, thank you.
Let's go, Johnny. Seeing the stars, you don't have to be out in the middle of the desert or I just want to make sure everybody understands. Yeah, well, you don't see but it's the light pollution. So Pinehurst has a population of 18,000 people, full-time. They have millions of visitors a year playing golf there. And you see a hell of a lot more stars there just because the way they've done their lighting, again, a comprehensive plan issue, the way they've done their lighting. You go to South Walton, you'll see more stars just because they have the turtle-friendly lighting, and they have where you can't, you know, they get the light pollution a little bit better under control like we do. But you go to Pinehurst, you see a lot more, and they have a lot more people, and they have a lot more shops and restaurants and things like that. So I don't want you to think that I want to go back to 1950. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we got to put the rules in place that create the vision that we want.
Thanks, Jim. Mr. Bagby, that's kind of my vision. Excuse me. That's kind of my vision as well. You know, I always bring up in conversations like this, Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, Fairhope. I couldn't tell you on a map where Pinehurst is, but I just Googled it, and it looks like an awesome place. And I Googled pictures of Pinehurst at night, and there are none, probably because the lighting's horrible, which is awesome, you know. So that's kind of obviously in a perfect world, that's the direction I would want to go. You know, an example, just kind of in thinking about this, there was a time I had 2 condo listings on Holiday Isle. One faced the harbor, the other faced the Gulf. my recommendation to people looking at it or showing it was the one that overlooked the Gulf. We saw broad daylight hours. That's the time we wanted to see it because you could see the view of the Gulf, right? The one that faced the harbor, I kind of pushed people to showing it late in the afternoon because it showed you what our harbor looks like at night, which is a beautiful thing. I mean, it really is pretty. I wonder, is there a way, you know, we have this vast darkness with no light, the Gulf at night, you know, how do we move in a direction where we accentuate that portion of our natural resource? I don't know how you do it. We don't have a ton of area to, or we've got some public beach that we own that we could do something like that on those areas. But I'm of the same mind. That's what I like. Those are the kind of places I like to go to. Ennis, Montana, same way. You ain't seen stars till you've been to Montana. Now we're clearly a little different landscape than that. Yeah, I'd like to see an organized harbor. You know, I think it all starts, in a lot of ways, it kind of starts with the organization of our harbor, which I think we're well on our way to doing. And again, it's going to be kind of hard to reverse some of the things that have been done. But I think an organized mooring, what do you call it, a mooring zone? Mooring field, yeah. I think that would be a good start. That changes the direction of the flow of traffic big time in our harbor. I think we're moving in the right direction personally. I would like to see as few flashing lights as possible. This conversation reminds me of kind of in our area, Orange Beach, Alabama versus Gulf Shores, Alabama. If you've been to the two of those at night or the day, they are vastly different. Two totally different feels, almost divided by a visible line. And I think that we are kind of, I personally prefer the look of Orange Beach. And I feel like we're, well, anyways. If you ask the building and the planning department, that we are redeveloping right now. We have got a ton of I mean, you see what's going on their desks right now. We are in the middle of redevelopment. So, you know, whatever, we can put a plan in place for the redevelopment to come, or we can adapt to the redevelopment that's happening right now. I see it every day. I would like to see consistent and available bay access. As much as we all love to go to the beach, I personally don't care for it. Too much sand. But I spend a lot of time in the Choctawhatchee Bay and the Gulf of Mexico and our harbor. So I would like to see us continue down the path of parks and green space and access to the bay and the Gulf. And I think that's what I got. Thanks.
All right, thanks. Yeah, it sounds like you guys hit a lot of stuff, but one thing that's come to mind to me is when I travel, I look for different activities to do with kids. A lot of the places I've been to, they have multiple parks. Every park has a different style, so it gives you an opportunity to take the kids to a different park each day. So I'd love to be able to see the ability to take our kids to a different park in Destin every day, and they get a different experience. And I definitely agree with Johnny with the ability to have with our bay. I mean, I know they're doing a whole bunch of artificial reefs in the Gulf. I would even love to see more of that in our bay, to where we can have more snorkel areas or more fishing areas in our bay even. I don't know if that's our realm or not, but and then going back to the mooring field, I've been getting a lot of information from IFSA, and they've been providing a whole bunch of stuff with it. So hopefully I'll have some data for the mooring field soon for everybody. So that's all I got.
Yeah, thank you for all of this. This is really helpful, and I just want to say from My life experience, I don't know if you've all read, there's this book called Happy City, but basically they talk about these design elements that we can put in our cities that really encourage walking, biking, safety. You know, some of these villages that they've built, you know, a 5-year-old can bicycle to kindergarten by themselves. These communities are so safe. So it's just really about building community, improving safety, and the more that people walk and bike and, you know, are out of their cars, the more we're meeting each other, so it improves the communities as well. And also from South Florida, we were looking, I worked in some beach communities down there along the same lines of, you know, nice, wide bicycle, biking, walking paths. To reduce the light pollution, there's actually materials that they collect the sunlight during the day and then they glow at night, so you don't need to add a lot of extra overhead lighting. So it kind of, they're very turtle-friendly pathways. Anyway, I just wanted to put those ideas out in the world, but no, thank you for your visions, and I'm sure that Louis and his team and SRS are all going to take this and you know, work towards incorporating these elements into our design manuals and our comprehensive plan and everything else. Thanks.
One thing I wanted to add about the mooring, I've talked to Mr. Galati, and he's got, the cool thing is they grew up here and they're from here, and he does the yachting, and they have Texas, they have kind of this crystal, Clearwater area, and then they have Naples, and they do all these yachting charter excursions. And not that we want to always have these big luxury yachts in our area, but back to kind of the feasibility, he's like, man, there's no gap. The armpit of Florida and the Panhandle has no stop from. They go from Texas when they do their little yacht run versus the poker run. They go Texas all the way to like half of South Florida before they stop for the first time and before they go. And I mean, we have some very educated tools here, being these people who put these on and sell these boats, where it could clean up our harbor and pay for it all in one swoop. So I've sat down with them, and they would be more than interested to sit down with the smarter people in the room that know how to put these dots together. But we have some locals here that know how to do this.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's great. We have the resources. You know, I just wanted to point out that for those of you that are not familiar, or if there's some confusion as to what this is, we have a mooring field right now. It's maybe not on paper, but there is a field of mooring boats out there, and it is a disaster. You ask anybody. I mean, I have people all the time talking about, man, there's a so-and-so out there, it's going down, and it's covered in bird poop, and it stinks, and my restaurant can smell it on a south wind. It's like, I mean, I'm telling you, it is there. We just need to organize it.
So real quick, piggyback on that, some of the research I've done, the Waterway Guide, actually, we have 3 listed free harbor mooring fields in Destin. Mm-hmm.
How's everybody doing? Do you want to take a little break before we introduce our partners, or shall we carry on? Carry on? Okay. All right. Before I introduce our partners, let me just share this. A great vision without partners is irrelevant. Success in this business hinges on a team you build. The brightest plans mean little without the right people that help them come to life. With that, let me introduce our partners to come forward and share their thoughts. We asked them to kind of give us a broad view from their respective areas, what they see about this community, what opportunities they are, and what challenges they face as we try and build its partnership together. Let's start with Waste Management.
Good morning, council and staff. Doug Rayner, Waste Management. Thank you for allowing us to be here this morning. I've sat over there many years ago and seen this process taking place. It's always a good idea. I can tell you, working with different cities in the Panhandle, not every city, community, county does something like this. So there's a lot of value you should be proud that you do it. You might not always get the result that you look for, but it is important that you sit together and talk like this, not up here, but out here. We have two really kind of pillars or key points that we focus on, quality of service and sustainability. I think our quality of service is the most important. It's what affects you at the ground level. And we are able to assure you that even with your vision of growth and smart growth and how you move forward, that we can facilitate the right kind of a solid waste service in this community. There's some benefits to being a very large company. As I'm learning, there's some not great things too, but the benefit is that we have the resources to take care of what you're going to do. Whatever direction you move, however you decide to do that. Sustainability is the other piece of that. And I'll touch on that in a second, but as far as service goes, so, we're blessed to have a partnership with you to have the franchise exclusive franchise to pick up solid waste here commercially and with our residents. So to do that, it takes a partnership. We have to work with your staff, which we do. We try to make sure that we do everything the right way all the time. I would lie to you if I said it was a perfect process and we provide a perfect service. We don't, but we work hard to make sure we do it right all the time. We field calls from residents, businesses, some of you all at times, and our goal is to make it right as quickly as we can. We are moving forward with some, I won't say changes internally, but we have a newer district manager who runs operations, and he could not be here this morning, but he is fantastic. I believe he came once to a meeting in the last 12 months or so. He's been here about 12 months now. Took over for Jake Alderfer, if you remember Jake, big guy with the beard. Tony Sidebotham is fantastic. He comes from the Atlanta market, so he's seen bigger cities. He's seen bigger growth and challenges, although Destin, is as small as it might look on a map, is certainly quite large when you get on the ground. We are working with your staff right now, Public Works and Code. We have a meeting coming up in a couple of weeks. Internally, we've been working on this for quite a while. Just so happens that we reached out about a week or two ago to set this meeting up because we're finally ready to talk. What we plan to do is talk through communications, or communication aspects, improvements there between us and Code on how we can better translate what we're seeing day to day. I know that your code enforcement sees things day to day where you're trying to clean up or straighten up an area. There's a bit of a disconnect, I think, at times on what it is we're trying to accomplish or what we're supposed to accomplish versus what maybe you all want to see, or what Code is trying to see, or what a resident's wanting to see on the ground level. So we'll start that process in about a week and a half. I think we have a meeting set up. We'll include Public Works, Public Information. That's important. I certainly believe that. My background is that, and I think that we can work on some outreach opportunities. Education is very important. We have a lot of resources, and of course you have the fingers that go out and touch everyone. So I'll tell you that putting a note in a quarterly bill is not going to do it. It's a multifaceted thing that we'll work with your staff and your team to try to be better on the communication side. And kind of pivoting into our other piece, which is sustainability, and essentially that's recycling, right? We're a big proponent of that. If you watch golf, you see that and I know this year was kind of wild, but the crux of that tournament is the greenest show on grass because it's sustainable. And for 15 plus years, our company has been a marquee sponsor and now the key sponsor for that event. And we will continue. I think we signed a deal for another 12 years with the PGA to do that. That shows investment, right, on a high level. Excuse me. On a more local level, on a higher level, we have $1.4 billion going into sustainability, growth, and outreach over the next 3 years. That's building MRFs, recycling facilities. throughout the country, and also creating, updating MRFs, and also creating areas and atmospheres where recycling becomes more prevalent. Locally, and I don't know really how this happened because the process started before I came on board with Waste Management 2 years ago yesterday, but we are building a $30 million facility in Fort Walton Beach. It's massive. It's 45,000 square feet. It will handle approximately 5,000 tons a year and of single stream recycling. So what you see, your yellow top lid, that's the direction we're moving. The reason why we do that is because we're running out of ground space. Not us here locally in the Panhandle. We have 50 years of life left on our landfill where your garbage goes up in Campbellton, Florida, and an additional 150 years of potential if we build out. But the goal is to keep the garbage out of the ground. And your vision many, many years ago was to provide recycling to your residents as I don't know if it was a gesture at the time, but what it was that you had that push from the public to do it. And again, you're unique here in Okaloosa County because most of my customers in the Panhandle don't recycle. They don't want to pay for it. They don't believe in it. They don't like it, whatever it is. But you have chosen that is important. That aligns with our company. We believe it's very important as well. And that investment here is huge. It's going to provide some jobs. It's a highly automated process, so we're providing about 40 pretty good paying jobs, but what it does is it allows us to control our own destiny, at least in the Gulf Coast market and especially here. You know, what you put in your yellow top can, you can guarantee is going to be sent to a recycling facility. We send it to ECUA. You all know the stories on that place. Part of the reason why this facility is being built by us. If that closes, we send it to Montgomery, and we eat the cost of that, which is tremendous because we know that it's important to do what we said we were going to do. So now, with this facility here locally, we will be able to control our own destiny with that, and the optics of it is good. You know, our recycling facility is not located next to a landfill, where when the truck pulls in, you don't know what's going to happen. Ours is going to recycle it. We'll push it out. We'll sell it, and we hope we make some money. But we know we're going to do what we said we were going to do. You know, your diversion rate is about 15%. That's average in the county. Niceville is about 22%. Everybody else hovers around 14 to 16%. That's what we'd like to grow. We'll do that through education. We're going to do that at a really high level and also on the ground level with your team. You know, we really appreciate the partnership we have with you. We love your staff, and we like doing business here. One thing on the growth piece, and we've had a meeting about this already, you know, as you change or make modifications to your plans and whatnot, remember that solid waste is a very key component to that. So as you make something pretty, it also has to be functional. Your plans are written in that way, and we've shared our specs for what has to be in place as you move forward with those things. Your staff has that, but we would like to be a part of that conversation too.
All right, Councilwoman Aber.
Thanks for being here, Doug, and I know that you and I have had multiple conversations on some of the folks and some of the issues that, you know, other cities have and we've been able to avert. What is your thoughts on our residents in Destin using the yellow top lid for excess trash and not making it recycle? Because I do know that I've watched people put their garbage into them, and because their other one was full, unfortunately I was running by and I'd be like, that's for recycling, you need to get that garbage out of there.
Yeah.
What is the ratio of that happening?
I don't know what it is, but I can tell you it's a problem. You know, and it's very frustrating because you have and pay for twice a week garbage pickup in the 96-gallon can. I mean, I have 4 people in my home, and I don't even fill my 96-gallon garbage can up but once a week. I don't need twice a week pickup. You have that for reasons because your community is so different and you need it in some areas don't. So I understand that. It is a problem. I don't know what the mindset is of why somebody would just throw it into the can that's sitting right next to the garbage can, because it makes no sense. I don't have numbers on what is the contamination side of your recycling, but I will tell you this, when our facility opens up, every single customer is segmented. So what we will do is take periodic, probably quarterly, starting off monthly, but quarterly samples of your recycling. And we will break that down and we can say, we know exactly how much is plastic, cardboard, whatnot. And then we will also know a real contamination rate. And what we will do is work back with you to share that number and say we need to fix it because that's a huge problem. There are some benefits there on the contamination side with us having our own facility. And it should open end of May, 1st of June. You'll all be invited to that, to be a part of that process and to see it this year. Yeah, in just a few months. It's in the final stages.
One last thing I wanted to remind you of. It is because of ECFU over in Pensacola that they're not recycling, that there's an assumption that we aren't either. So I'm hoping that we can get something out from the city, a newsletter or something updating our residents, you know, hey, here's your trash days, and oh, by the way, the yellow lid is recycling. We do
We'll work with you on that. And as a matter of fact, when I was here, I found them at the Waste Management Office. We have about 15,000 stickers that say what your trash days, what your schedule is, and it's still the same. I'm going to bring those back over here and share them so we can give them out.
I need one of those for sure, because I can't ever figure it out, what day is what. I know what day recycling and trash comes. Hey, Doug, thanks for being here. Appreciate everything y'all are doing and for the update. I was curious. Yeah, I hear that a lot too. I don't know why you put your stuff in your recycling bin. They don't recycle it, which, you know, we know.
Well, the reason why people say that is because it's true in a lot of areas. I mean, I've had a competitor tell me that they straight up take it to the landfill. And when ECUA closes, which is the only place around here to take it, you know, what are they doing with something that comes to them? They put it in their landfill. They'll tell you that. If they can't sell something, they will put it in their landfill. So, you know, and it is located at a landfill. So the optics of it are terrible. We're going to spend a lot of time over the next probably 12 to 24 months trying to get people in the Panhandle to understand that we are recycling your material.
Real quick, so I remember the last time we spoke, or the last time y'all were here, you had said that there was going to be cameras on the trucks and they were going to be monitoring the overflow and this and that. I can tell you, since that day, my trash can lid has not been more than 6 inches 6 inches above where it should be. I've crammed that stuff down in there.
I step on mine too.
Yeah, I get in mine. I don't suppose that everybody heard that conversation. How do we get that message across? Because there are people that still just like overflowing and crazy. And
we can add that to our messaging. I mean, you know, so that conversation took place when we were negotiating the contract. We did not include any kind of major penalty for that for various reasons. But the reason for that is, first of all, what the resident pays for is this disposal on a certain amount of garbage. So as everything over that becomes a free service. There's some hazardous issues with dumping a can that's overloaded because stuff falls out, hits the ground, then our guy has to get out, go pick it up. You know, we don't get out of the truck on those big trucks. You know, we don't run behind them or on the side of them because they're dangerous. And that's why we do it that way. Yeah, I think the message was kind of received a little bit at that time. We've had cameras on the trucks for a long time. Yeah, we can see exactly what you put in your can when it gets dumped, every time. And one last thing, do not bag your recyclables in the yellow can. If anybody listens to this, do not put them in a bag. It's single stream, loose recyclables, but yeah.
So my question is, once this facility's up, are you guys processing it to the pellet form, or are you guys just MRFing it and then someone else will?
So we will sort and bale all the material. We will not process it, as a commodity like a pellet would be. Okay. But it will be sorted, baled, and then shipped out to our business partners in the United States. We don't have anything going overseas from here. Okay. Now, we've talked about this before. If there's somebody local or that you know of who has a need for some type of recycled material, we can work with them as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you all very much.
Okay, can we have the sheriff's office?
Good morning. So we are in a very, we're in a very good place right now in law enforcement in Okaloosa County and particularly in the city of Destin. We're seeing a reduction in crime. We're seeing a reduction in traffic crashes. We're seeing a reduction in retail theft. We're seeing a reduction in the crime that's taking place on the beach. And although I realize it's not inside the city, it does have a big impact on the city, which is Crab Island, and we're seeing a reduction in the amount of crime that we're having out there. Despite the fact that we did have someone stabbed out there last year for the first time. Fortunately, that was kind of an isolated incident. And unfortunately, the takeovers are here, and they're here to stay, and they're increasing. So, you know, when you've got something going in the right direction, what do? You keep doing what you're doing. And that's what our vision is to continue the process that we're going with. You know, right now, we've got the top 2 of the 3 DUI enforcement deputies in the county work for the city of Destin. The Deputy of the Year works for the city of Destin. The runner-up for Performer of the Year works for the city of Destin. The Destin Marine Unit was second in the number of BUI arrests in the county that he made. So, you know, we're doing well. So what we're going to continue doing is with Crab Island, we're going to continue to leverage our partnerships with the Park Service, with Fish and Game, with the Coast Guard, and, you know, just keep up the pressure that we've had out there. It's dropped the number of DUIs, it's dropped our BUIs, it's dropped the number of fights, and we're going to continue to do that. For the beach, we're going to continue to do the spring break details that we've been doing. We're going to continue to utilize funds from the TDC to fund those. And we're just going to keep the pressure up on them. You know, years ago, we had situations where we would have, you know, 500 plus kids on the beach behind the back porch during the time that particular 4 high schools would come into town. They're not there in that kind of numbers anymore. Fortunately, they're over on 30A. That's the same group that y'all keep hearing about the problems that they're having over there with the kids blocking the roadway. That's that group that we had behind the back porch up until a couple of years ago. There's issues here with organized retail theft. You know, when you start talking about retail theft, most people think about the teenager that's shoplifting something. That's not what, you know, obviously we're concerned about that, and obviously we're going to enforce that. But the bigger problem is these organized retail theft rings that come through our area. Most of them work out of Alabama and Georgia, and they will run the length of 98, hitting everything they can, and the length of I-10, hitting everything they can. You know, we started an initiative last year before last, where we take one person off of our rotation of deputies, road deputies. We give them some additional training on how to recognize these retail theft rings. In between Thanksgiving and Christmas, the busy shopping time of the year, they target those specific groups, which has been very very beneficial for us. Y'all fund 21 positions, and the sheriff is very satisfied with that number. We feel like we can maintain the level of service that we've been providing for y'all with that number. That being said, when I proposed the budget last year, there was some questions about adding a traffic unit and about adding a beach deputy possibly. Last year I told y'all that we weren't really open to that because of the manpower issues that we had outside of our contract positions. That's not an issue, or at least it's not presumably going to be an issue going forward. So if y'all are interested in putting on additional people, we will be open to that. You know, we will be open to that kind of conversation. I will let you know that my opinion is that between the 2 of those, I would rather see y'all add a beach deputy than to add a traffic deputy, because 2 things. One, we're utilizing federal grant money to do traffic enforcement. We are going to continue to do that. Like I said, the number of traffic crashes is on the decline. Since December 21st of last year, when we started with that grant, we've made well over 500 traffic stops. And I've heard comments from the community, the same comments y'all have heard, and I've heard comments from the council about seeing that increased enforcement. And that's going to continue when we get the federal grant for next year as well. You know, the cost of adding a deputy is $136K. That pays for salary along with all the other vehicle, uniforms, gear, and all the insurance type things that go along with that. And like I said, I mean, I would rather see with the beach deputy, if that's the way y'all choose to go, we can utilize that person as a traffic enforcement person as well when they're not out on the beach. So the advantages of the federal grant for traffic enforcement is that it allows us to target areas and times where we're not paying somebody to be a traffic enforcement officer during a time of day when there's not a traffic problem. And I know it's hard to believe, but there are times during the day and times during the week out here where you don't have traffic issues. What we would really like to see is something that we requested several years ago, and at that time, the crosstown connector wasn't certain about which path it was going to take, and one of the proposed paths was through the office that we have at 107 Stallman. And for that reason, it was kind of said, no, we got to kind of wait and see what happens. But we are really out of space over there. Like I said, we got 21 people working out of that office. Granted, they're not all there at the same time, but you only have five office, 5 actual individual offices in there. We would like to see possibly that go to a 2-story building where EMS can utilize, instead of utilizing the one side of it that they utilize, maybe they could utilize the one floor and we could utilize the other floor. And we'd also like to see that the bays raised in height where we could get some of our boats in there to do work on them when we have to. Open to any questions that y'all may have. Or
Thanks for being here, Sheriff.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm tickled to death to see you guys lined up on Airport Boulevard. 2 of y'all had people over, I'd say within the 2 hours that I had to make the trip down there, I saw probably 10 different cars pulled over. I think the presence has definitely slowed traffic down. And like Kevin Schmidt said earlier about the stop signs, the speed humps, we don't want people on our back roads going fast. We want them to respect that it's a neighborhood, it's our city. It's not, a bypass. So thank you for what you guys do, and I like the idea of adding a beach presence, especially whenever spring break comes around, having an extra patrol down there, catching those youngers, that are not of age. But thanks for what you do, and thanks for being here.
Like I said, we do not need another beach unit or another traffic unit to maintain what we've been given. I offer that as an option to y'all because y'all brought that as a desire that y'all had to me. We'll say this, I keep hearing stop signs come up, and because it came up so many times, I went back and did a 3-year traffic survey of crashes in the city, particularly in what we call Zone 25, which is this end of the city. And only 1% of the traffic crashes that we have in our area happened because someone ran a stop sign.
So, thank you. And that means what? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to follow that last.
You talking about the stop sign?
Yeah, can you explain
To me, that would mean that you really don't have a traffic crash issue from people running stop signs.
Right, okay.
Most of the traffic crashes that we have here in Destin occur because of speed and aggressive driving, which is what gave us the data that we needed to go out and get that grant to combat speed and aggressive driving.
Thank you, sir, for being here. The federal grant that I think you guys also just reapplied for, I believe, right? We did something.
Yeah, that's correct. We reapplied for it.
So what is that? How is that currently, the current one that we're working under right now? How do you see that lasting into the future months, the rest of the year until the next one's renewed?
You can get the current one that we have will last until we get the next one. And you're eligible to get them for 3 years. Once those 3 years expire, we can go back and get a grant in another category.
Right.
and that grant can continue for another 3 years as well.
And deputy-wise or number-wise, how is that grant currently being utilized? Enforcement?
So what you do is you find out the area that you're having the traffic issues in. You find out the time and the dates, the time of day and the time of the week that you're having those issues in. And you'll take and put one deputy out there during a normal cycle, just strictly doing nothing but working traffic in that area. And then you will ramp that up with additional enforcement at certain times, at certain peak hours, where you'll take and put 2, 3 deputies out there to really make that high visibility impact. And then you'll take that out and drop it back down to 1 so that you can continue the funding, so that you have enough money to continue the funding throughout the year.
Can you remind me how much that funding is?
That one was $50,000.
Just 50,000?
Yes, sir, that one was 50.
So, and I'm sorry for all these questions about, because I love the grant that y'all been working under. So for $50,000, we're able to do that much enforcement, I guess because it's in a short amount of time?
Right, because you're targeting just that short amount of time that the problem's actually occurring. That's why I was referring to it. We work 12-hour shifts.
Right.
So instead of paying somebody to be out there for an entire 12 hours,
Yeah.
when not the whole 12 hours you have that issue,
Right.
we're just paying them to be out there for the hours that the issues is
Right.
occurring.
So I love that, right? And to me, that is something that, you talked about in the past, we talked about adding deputies. Me personally, I don't want to add a beach deputy. You can call Okaloosa County to do that, right? I'd rather add a deputy on the streets. But for $50,000, we could achieve the goal that has been achieved so far through this grant.
Correct.
That's a lot cheaper than a deputy. I love that idea. So if this, in my opinion, if this ever expires for the vision of Destin, we figure out how to just be your grant provider to do what you've been doing under the federal grant. And we'll achieve an amazing goal because the enforcement through this grant has been phenomenal for the safety of the streets. I mean, everybody's talking about it. It's amazing. And so, my vision with you guys is to do that and to do that, because that's going to help our taxpayer dollars do it in the most minimal way. Because I know it's expensive already, but if that's a way that we can help the streets be safer, I love it. So I'm glad to know more details. But again, thank you all for what you do and partnering with us.
Absolutely, and that's what I had referenced a couple of council
Yeah.
meetings ago, is this is the most fiscally responsible way
100%.
for us to get traffic
100%.
enforcement.
So I hope that we look at that as a future possibility with y'all. So thank you.
I have a quick question, and first I want to tell you I truly appreciate what you guys do, but second, I'm not exactly prepared to go in detail here, and I don't want to waste the public's time, but I do want to set up a meeting with you guys if possible to talk about a few things, and some of those are the categorizations of how you guys label things into aggressive driving or other little areas, but also some potential sticking points that I feel we have in Destin. Before I make that public, though, I would love to just set up a meeting and sit down with you and go over a few things, if that's possible.
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to sit down with any member of the city or any member of the council at any time to discuss what we do, how we do it, and where y'all see improvements that could be made.
Thank you so much.
Quick question. Somebody in here knows, is the EMS moving to the new fire station down in the harbor? Is it designed to handle that, which would free up space in their current building? I know that's probably a Destin Fire Control question, but I would...
I haven't heard anything about them moving. Not that I would necessarily be something that they would share with me, but I haven't heard anything about them moving out of the building.
Okay.
On the topic,
Oh, he is?
I don't, Chief Sasser's in here, is he?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't think, yeah, if you know it, yeah.
The one going down on the harbor. Yeah, stay Yeah, you might as well stay up there. We can pass this off.
I don't think so, not that I'm aware. I'm sorry, not that I'm aware, I'm not aware.
Okay, you
Is it
got
on?
to turn it on.
Oh, sorry, that if EMS, is that the question? If EMS is going to move into our station on, not that I'm aware of. If you're asking if we can fit ambulances on any one of our 3 properties, the one on Airport, the one on Crystal Beach, and the one on Calhoun, you bet. You bet you we can. We'll figure it out.
That's one of my notes coming up.
We'll figure it out. And I'll speak behalf of the district to say, even though they'd probably yell at me for saying that, we'll figure it out.
Okay. Well, that seems like a logical solution. I mean, I'm just saying.
So last enforcement question, we're talking about the beach patrol. Right now, I think, I've talked to you about this, I'm not trying to get you a gotcha game or anything. Right now, that beach patrol is Okaloosa Island and Destin, and they split the time between the two?
What we have currently is 3 deputies assigned to the beach on outside of spring break. We use TDD money during spring break to increase those numbers. But outside of spring break, we have 3 deputies assigned to the beach. And so they split time between Destin and Okaloosa Island. If 2 of them are at work that day, you'll have 1 and 1. If one of them's at work that day, they will go to where the largest crowd is or where the problem is. Now, when I say that, know that just because somebody's not down there on the ATV, if the beach deputy's not down there on the ATV, the road deputies are going to respond down there if there's an issue. It's just that patrol that you don't get. And currently, 2 of those deputies are paid for by the TDC, and one of them is paid for by the county.
Okay, gotcha. And those 3 people are all under this, they're not all out there at the same time, that's just the crew, and they cycle through?
That's correct. They're
With
not all
one
out there at the
vehicle?
same time. No, they have 3 vehicles.
And they're just set up at the beaches?
Yeah,
and go
they have
through?
ATVs that they ride up and down the beach.
All right, thank you. I got one quick question. So I know we focused on street safety. What about like sidewalk safety, especially with all these electric bikes that are now blazing past families that are using the sidewalks?
Electric bikes are allowed on the sidewalk as long as they fit the definition of an electric bike. If someone wants to, if the city wants to pass an ordinance, preventing that, there's some challenges to enforcing it that I spoke with about earlier. When that came before the city, particularly when you're talking about speed enforcement of it, it's very difficult to get a speed measuring device to calculate the speed of a bicycle or an electric bike. And then you've got the discussion that needs to take place if you want to talk about banning them from sidewalks. You got the discussion that you're going to take place about is it safer for them to be on the sidewalk, or is it safer for them to be in the bike lane or riding, because they have the legal right to operate any place that a bicycle has the legal right to operate. So it's just a matter of whether the city wants to move them off the sidewalks into the roadway, or if they want to leave them on the sidewalks. And the sheriff's office is open to enforcing whatever ordinances y'all choose to pass.
All right, everyone, anyone else? All right, thank you so much. Uh-oh. Oh, how they bleed together.
Hi, everybody. How's everyone doing today? Good, I hope. I'm just going to kind of go over what the things are that we've kind of been doing and that we would like to continue to do, and then maybe talk a little bit about some of the challenges that we are facing, as well as other lifeguard services in the country are facing. Then the biggest issue that we are facing is keeping the beaches staffed. Councilman Bagby spoke of 20 years ago, and that's exactly how long ago we started the lifeguard service. It's 20 years ago. That first year, myself, the mayor was Craig Barker, the fire chief was Tuffy Dixon. And I can remember going out there, and they said, we're going to lifeguard this spring break, and then we're going to come off the beach until Memorial Day. Then we're going to stay out till Labor Day, and you're going to come off during September and October. I'd like to think if we did that right now, people would throw rocks at me if I was to suggest us doing that. We've grown exponentially in tourism, and this service has grown with the help of the city, the county, and the fire district. We go out March 9th this year, and we will be out there until the end of October, the last day of October. And then we even have full-time lifeguards now that do a little bit of work on the beach as best that we can. But mainly it's to prep for the fact that we need to hire 70 part-time lifeguards every single year. And to that much part-time work, we're just kind of, it's hard to hit that number. People are looking for full-time jobs. So we always know we're going to need to supplement with 16-year-old kids that we bring from our junior lifeguard program. Our junior lifeguard program has been a tremendous success in the 17 years that we've had it. We started at June White Decker Park with 20 kids. We outgrew that. We moved to James Lee Park with 80 kids. We outgrew that. Now we're at Henderson Beach State Park, and we're doing about 100 kids a season. So this tremendous success with that. We've gone back to the H-2B lifeguard program, where we're bringing in 10 lifeguards from Australia and New Zealand this year, both men and women, that will do the reciprocating endless summer. We just had 2 of the full-time lifeguards that I hired this past year, both young men, residents of our camp. One's from Fort Walton. One's a Destin resident. They got to do an 8-month contract in Australia. So very well versed in big surf conditions as well as different country and municipality. We're covering now the entire length of the beaches of Destin from the Walton County line all the way to just about the Marlar Bridge. We're covering Noriega Point. So there are no more laps in coverage. We're one of the first communities to start to actually put lifeguards in a state park in the entire state of Florida. So that's just not our efforts, that's everybody's efforts to get that sort of thing done. And then the last one is the beach wheelchair program. We've been at that since I think the second year. So for 18 years, we try and put wheelchairs at all the public walkways for the peak of summer and give those folks customer service as well. I do know there are private companies that rent those wheelchairs. It's kind of service without the smile. You know, the folks that visit us, they do like having the lifeguards actually bring them the chair, them utilize the chair on the public entrances. But one of the things that we desperately do need is we need to start thinking about closing that winter gap. There are Thanksgiving days here where it's 70 degrees and these beaches are being utilized. There's Christmas days where it's 70 degrees and these beaches are being utilized. And when I go out onto that beach, and for the longest time, it's just been me, I've gone, this is a recipe for disaster. It's only a amount of time before something bad does happen. And we need to be reminded of that. We did have a high-profile drowning this past summer. I'd like to think of, and as sad as that situation was for us, for our community, it was a success. The days leading up to that, Bay County lost almost 8 people in rip currents. We lost 0. The gentleman that did drown here on Holiday Isle, it was not rip current related. There was very little we could do to prevent that. And we also cleaned that situation up very, very quickly. The media wanted to take that story and run with it and destroy our tourism season. Lifeguards stopped that from happening. And that's a success. That's not my success. That's everybody's success. So that's some. Yeah, Joe, thank you very much for being here. There was no ask for, money. Is funding, and is that no longer an issue with you guys? It's a great question. The TDC has stepped up substantially. We just met with city staff not too long ago, and Kim brought up a fantastic idea. I think instead of having 2 contracts amongst 3 entities to provide lifeguard service, and I've been begging for this for a long, long time, let's all 3 entities sit down in a room. Let's see where those dollars are going, where those dollars need to be spent. If more dollars are needed, I do think they are, but I don't think it's something that's exponential. Captain Fulgen was up here asking for a full-time person. That cost is substantial for one individual. I don't think we need to add more towers. I don't think we need to add more vehicles, but we need to retain. At some point, I can't be 60 and the entire staff be 16 years old. That's a recipe for disaster. Yeah. It sounds kind of creepy too, but we can't have that. We can't have that. So I do think to answer that question, maybe a little bit of money is needed, but I don't think it's going to be, for years I have been coming up here and I feel like I've been beating this a dead horse kind of, I need more money, but there is a success story. We're almost there. We almost do have a finished product, and we're very, very close to being able to just maintain. So it is a success. I'm glad to hear that, and I'm glad to hear that the entities are working together to help strengthen the future. And thank you all for the safety you do provide on one of the biggest gems that we provide to our citizens and visitors. The junior lifeguard program, I've heard tremendous things about, and as you said, it's continuing to grow. Is there anything else to support that that the city can do, or is it just fine where it's at because you're good?
Well, it's a great question. In fact, what I brought to the city was to make that position a dual position. So the person would be a full-time year-round person that would act as a beach lieutenant, but also enhance that program. That program right now is 6 weeks during the summer. I would really like to make it a feeder program. I'd like to see those kids out there in the spring and in the fall, make it a little bit more like a sports team, if you will, because the job is physical, get these kids out in the surf. We really don't have surf in Destin in the summer, but we do now in the spring and we do in the fall with hurricane season. So, I've always kind of envisioned like what a great thing for, you guys were speaking to the kids within our community, to start in our junior lifeguard program at 9 years old, work in your community, making $30 an hour, if you hit all your marks and all your certifications, on tourist tax dollars, then going to Australia once you finish school, college, your career, whatever. What a great sense of community, and it costs all of us nothing. Our tourists paid for that. I mean, that's success. I can't see how we're not, and we're this close to having that happen. We really are. So it is an exciting time, like Captain Fulgham had said.
I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad that you're speaking about, the three coming together. This is an area where the TDC did realize that Destin needed to be part of the full Okaloosa package, and we, as a city, shouldn't be paying for you separately. Am I correct? So this basically was the TDC taking on the monies that they get and handling you guys as your cost for the big picture.
They taken on a lion's share of it, but at the fire district, and I think the sentiment echoes with the city. We always want to have skin in the game. We never want to relinquish full control, right? That means they're kind of running the show. And these are our beaches. I'm a resident of Destin as well, and they are ours. And I would hate to see that happen, not from even just from a job perspective, but from a community perspective, right? That's our golden egg, and we want to have some say in that game.
The other question I was going to ask you, the military beach that is part of the Okaloosa Island, do you know, is it a military lifeguard, or do we have our county lifeguards part of that? Are you aware of that info?
To my understanding, and it's all preliminary, you're talking about what they call Redneck Beach, or it's Prince.
No, if you go to the pavilion that is just military only, you have to be DOD to go through the gate for those pavilions on Okaloosa Island. That beach in front of it, which is very treacherous because there is a lot of riptides, et cetera. Who is the lifeguards on that parcel there?
Currently, I think that is part of the military. It has gone back and forth, though, over the years. And to my latest recollection of that is that is now military is providing that lifeguard. But I could be wrong. It's not us.
That's good. I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Hey, Joe, just want to say thanks for being here. Thanks for everything you do for our community. Just to see, I can remember when lifeguards first showed up. I didn't know you at the time, and it's hard to talk about a drowning death being the success of that. And I think none of us take that lightly, and we all see what happens in our town, on our water. So, anyways, I think. You say it's not your success, it's the success of your crew, but you're the leader. So just want to say thanks for everything you're doing. You make me want to be a fireman again, When I was a kid, exactly, yeah. So anyway, I just want to say thanks. Thanks for everything you do for the community, and that's all I got. Thanks.
Ms. Aber, in response to your question, what I'm seeing from my guys that are actually working on the beach down there is that it's not the county lifeguards that are in that area. So
I know that I had talked to, being retired military, I do have a few people over on Eglin that I do know, and they did talk about it last year that they were going to institute putting their own military lifeguards back on that beach, and I wanted to make sure that they held up to what they discussed, so that's good.
I don't know that they've done it, but like I said, I know it's not the county lifeguards that are doing it.
And then with you guys both up there, it's kind of ironic. As far as when it gets to double red, I know one of the biggest frustrations when I talk to some of the lifeguards is, hey, we can tell them to get out of the water, but we have no teeth, like we were talking about with our code sometimes. Would the Marine units allow that? Or when it's double red flagged, I'm assuming your guys' Marine patrol is out there doing a little bit more of get them out of the water, get them out.
It's the beach units.
The beach, I'm sorry, beach, not Marine, yeah.
Yeah, it's the beach units, and basically once a lifeguard or a deputy, a law enforcement officer, has told you that you have to get out of the water because it's a double red flag, it turns into a resisting charge, so they can be arrested for it.
Thank you, guys.
We have the Destin Chamber.
Good morning. Thank you all for asking me to come and speak this morning and be part of this. I think I've been part of 18 or 19 of those. And I can tell you, first thing I want to talk about is the partnership the Chamber has had with the city. I just crossed in January my 20th anniversary as the CEO here at the Destin Chamber, thus the aging appearance. No, actually, I love my job. And I can tell you that for probably 16 of those 20 years, we've had a really, really good relationship with the city. And thank God for Mayor Jarvis when he was mayor, who helped get us back into a position to where we had that good relationship. Just, to quickly highlight that, Ryan and Tamara are about to graduate Destin Forward in May. And that will probably be the 15th or 16th people from the city of Destin that have graduated, joining Mayor Wagner, Michael Burgess, Councilwoman Hebert, Sherry's over here, I think, graduate. Doug Rayner, when he was with the city, graduated. And I know I'm missing somebody. I think Lisa's put everybody on the recreation staff through it. So, but that just shows the partnership and the relationship that we have, that you all value that program enough to continue to put people in there. And the number of projects that have come out of Destin Forward that have benefited the city as well. In fact, this year's project is something that I hadn't quite put my hands around yet. Something at Clement Taylor Park with volleyball courts and new signage to replace some of the old signage. And they did so well with their fundraiser, they may be able to get to do an extra thing or two there. I need to hire them to fundraise for the chamber because they did such a good job. Moving on from that, the 3 Cs, complete the Crosstown Connector. Y'all knew I was going to say it, so I'll just go ahead and get that out of the way first. Mr. Bagby's talking about, 40-year vision. Dude, I don't have that long. I'm 61. I'll be 102, I think, at that time. Seriously, I would love to see that Crosstown Connector done and finished, and I know y'all are pushing that, so please keep that going. Very happy to have talked to the SRS folks this morning when I first got here, when they got here. Our Community and Economic Development Committee is going to sit down and meet with them, I hope, within the next 10 days and talk about the town center. I was going to make some comments this morning, but I'll just wait till we meet with them and talk about the city center, the town center, with City Hall and a new community center there on what we're calling the public's property, even though there's another developer involved in that. I've heard One Harbor Boulevard mentioned once or twice this morning. Be really careful what you do with that property because we don't know how much of that the DOT is going to take for the bridge expansion, the new bridge that they're going to build. I would hate to see us put something there that gets torn down in the next 3 years because they're going to take that property for the bridge. And that's been, you all know the bridge has been fast-tracked, so let's think about that. But whatever you do there, even if it gets cut to half the size, because you've taken that property off the tax rolls, whatever you as a city decide to do there, you need to generate tax dollars to help replace some of what we've lost by pulling it off of the tax rolls, even if it's just sales tax that's generated there. Parking garages, they're needed. Only for probably 140, 150 days out of the year. We're becoming a 12-month economy here, a 12-month tourist economy. I know the population's boomed here, but I drive 98 from Fort Walton Bridge all the way to 331 a lot, and traffic is unbelievably bad. In the summer, 98's packed because they don't have anywhere to park. They're looking for a place to park. You can answer 2 big questions, 2 big issues in this community by building a couple of parking garages. You can build 3-story parking garage with 2 stories of workforce housing, either on top or underneath as the first 2 floors. That would help answer a lot of things. You get the community center and City Hall moved over to the public's property there at Main Street in 98. You can tear down the old community center. You can build a parking garage underneath that hill that nobody will see, and you put the fishing rodeo, you put the Fishing and History Museum there on top to replacing the old community center. That all seems to work in that area, and then do what you're going to do with One Harbor Boulevard. Our Community and Economic Development Committee is behind new community center, City Hall, and they're definitely behind the parking garages as well. You all know that I'm pretty involved at the state level with the Florida Chamber of Commerce and with our state association, Florida Association of Chamber Professionals. And what that does for me, it gives me a great perspective of what's happening across the state, which allows me to bring that information and put it to work for us here at home. Right now, there are 434,000 jobs available in the state of Florida, and there's only 330,000 people looking for those jobs, which means that for every 100 jobs available in the state, there's only 85 people looking for them. Bring that over into Okaloosa County, there's 83 people looking for a job per every 100 jobs that are open. We're not going to fill it. So how do we get our piece of that? And that's with Florida netting 900 new residents per day moving into the state. And we still can't fill those jobs. Florida is blowing up. We got to figure out how to get our piece of that. And the way that you do that is you redevelop the areas of town, just like Mr. Bagby was saying earlier, and he and I seem to talk about this every time we're together. But you create an environment that's conducive to job creation, and we're going to have to do that on our own because Okaloosa One or One EDC, whatever they're called, they don't look at us as a place to locate businesses. They just don't. We're a beach town, and that's what they think we need to concentrate on. I disagree with that. I think we've got a tremendous opportunity. Let's look at all the partners who are here speaking this morning. They're also partners of ours, of the Chamber. We've got a tremendous opportunity to do something with that. So you create an environment that's conducive to creating jobs. That brings the people here. Much like Mr. Bagby, what my kids want to go into, I don't think they're going to be around here. What Alex wants to do, he's probably going to have to change jobs 12 or 13 times before he finally finds that sports management job that he wants to do. Harper's changed her mind 14 times since COVID about what she wants to do. But now it's photography. Is she going to stay here and do that? I don't know. But it would be nice, even if they move away, that they can bring my grandkids back and say, this is where I grew up. Look at this place, and your grandfather had something to do with the quality that we have here now. Finally, I just want to say what I've said 100 times. Y'all have all heard it. Destin is a town of 14,000 people. But when you bring in the major stresses on our infrastructure, which is Kelly Plantation, Regatta Bay, Destin Commons, Public Shopping Center, Walmart, Home Depot, Colusa Bay, Emerald Bay, none of that's in the Destin city limits. So we're really a community of about 25,000 people. And on any given day, there's 40 to 100,000 tourists here. And that's not even bringing in Miramar Beach to Sandestin, who all drive this way in the afternoons to come and eat and shop, or they drive this way in the mornings to go get on a charter boat and go fishing. So we're probably a city of 120,000 people on any given day. So we're a small city with big city issues. You have to have the vision to solve these problems and solve these issues like we're a big city. And that's our challenge to you. It takes guts, it takes fortitude, but you got us if you need political backing, because we are in favor of all of the things that need to be done to solve these big city issues. Don't hesitate to call me. Don't hesitate to come see the chamber. Don't forget to call. Don't be afraid to call our Community and Economic Development Committee together. We'll work with you and we'll do what we need to do so that we all benefit from it. Thank you. Any questions, thoughts? I did that well. Wow. Thank you.
Shane.
Destin Water users?
Good morning. I'm Lockwood Wernett, representing Destin Water Users. I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with you today and to be part of the vision of the future for Destin. And we're here to support that as the water and sewer provider for the community. We service the city of Destin and some parts of unincorporated Okaloosa County, the Kelly Plantation area. As Shane said, we face the challenge of, we estimate the population right now about 18,000. We know that on July 4th, it's about 60,000, so it triples. And we have to fluctuate our ability to serve based upon that. And when we're planning for that 60,000. We're looking ahead to see what the max is. One of the things that some of the things that we've been doing in the last few years is we've already been evaluating our sewer system. We've been looking ahead to see where our problems are. We've done the survey, we've gone through and made first round repairs, and we're going back, checking it again. When we're building projects, for example, right now we're changing out some screw pumps that will dewater our biosolid waste that's an end product for our treatment process. We're building those that will meet our build out rather than just replacing the demand that we have right now. And that's what the Board of Directors of Destin Water Users has chosen to do, and to look ahead so that we're not only meeting what we need right now, but what we need in the future. And I think that that will help facilitate your vision. Some of the things other things that we're looking at is we're replacing small water lines. When we started out, a 2-inch water line was acceptable. Now we need to change those and get bigger. We're very fortunate that we have an adequate water supply. We just recently renewed our consumptive use permit, and the Water Management District allow us to maintain the same withdrawal rates. There had been problems in the past. In the 90s, we saw some saltwater intrusion and the threats of that, and we've seen recovery in our wells since that time. So we think we're in a good place to be able to provide the resources that you need to fulfill your vision. We think that we have the staff and the facilities to manage that, and we're very grateful for the efforts of coordination that we get from the city staff. They're excellent to work with. Some of the things that, and this is going to be important moving forward because of some of the projects upcoming. The undergrounding of Highway 98. It's tight right away through the harbor, and when you take all the cable and communication and electrical and put it down, we have a small space to share. It's going to be a very tight bed to live in. But we look forward to coordinating with the city staff to make that happen. The city staff reached out to us with the Crosstown Connector, and we have plans already to take advantage of using that new roadway area to add water lines and reuse lines. We know that you've not quite settled on the funding for that project yet, but we've got plans. We're working on the plans so that they'll be ready when you're ready to break ground. Where the city has been very cooperative in working on the linear park, and we have a lot of assets that are located in that Gulf Power right-of-way, and we appreciate the efforts that staff has put forward to keep us informed where we are in the process and to accept our input so that we don't have problems when we get in the middle of construction, and that's our goal. We are here to help, as we said. We are here to be a resource, and we look forward to those opportunities, and I'm willing to answer any questions you may have.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where do you see the biggest problem area as far as revitalization or renewal, replacement of the damaged underground?
Well, we've already, as far as the highest priorities, we've already addressed those. We've gone through, over the last 5 years, we've been doing that assessment and doing the work, and so we've gotten our highest concentration of problems taken care of, or the high priority problems taken care of. So we're now at level 2. But where we're seeing some of it tends to be on the west side of Destin, Beach Drive West. That's our oldest section of water and sewer lines. There's also a lot of clay tile pipe in that area, so that's where we tend to see our biggest problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I think we have also a representative from the Destin High School.
So push the button and turn it red.
It's not on. Good morning. I was loud enough though anyway, right? To educator voice. Good morning, City Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak as a outside partner today. Even though we're not part of the city, I want to talk to you a little bit about that this morning. First, from the perspective of representing not only Destin High School, but just the schools in our great town as a whole. Destin, the world's luckiest fishing village. Destin Elementary School, home of the Dolphins. Destin Middle School, home of the Marlins. Destin High School, home of the Sharks. I want you to think about that. I want you to think about the generational impact we can have as a city. I live in the city. I pay city taxes. As I heard you talking around the table, thinking about how we vision things out, what I appeal to you today is to think about how we can have generational impact in our city when we work to provide for our children. How do we incorporate and prioritize our children as our greatest asset? There is no greater asset than children in a town, in a city. I heard folks talk about tax revenue earlier. You know, I think about that. Is there a way that we can tap into first-line tax revenue to educate our children? And so as you're thinking about planning, I want you to think through those things. And I say that because what I find a lot of times is that our schools are tapping into second and third-line revenue. So meaning that we go and tap donors who are taking the first-line revenue from tourists that come through. But is there a way to reallocate that funding or to work as a city to pour into the lives of our children from the first line? As folks come through our city and they share in our great city, why don't we use some of the monetary value to pour back into the lives of the children that are here? Coming from Destin High School, I think most of you would be surprised to know that we have about 550 kids there today at the school. We're expected to be between there and probably 600 kids, or maybe a little over 600 kids at the high school in grades 9 through 12 next year, again, home of the Sharks. And I think about how do we brand a city, right? Cities are proud of their high schools. Even though we're a public charter, cities are proud of their high schools. Home of the Sharks. I mean, I think about that. How do we make everybody here have this idea that I want to be a shark? You know, I started as a dolphin. I became a marlin. And I want to be a shark when I grow up. The greatest of the great fish, I think, that probably roams the ecosystems of the oceans. I think about how we can pour into the lives of kids as a city. That's what I'm going to come to you with today. And my appeal is that I would ask that you to prioritize how we set aside funding, how we set aside facilities for the children in our city. From the perspective of performing arts, from the perspective of appropriate classroom spaces, from the perspective of athletic facilities for our children. And what I will say is that a city that neglects to prioritize education and facilities for education, spaces for education, spaces for athletic, spaces for performing arts for children, that is a city that will cease to exist because it can't take care of the next generation that we want to pour back in. I think of work or school-to-work pipelines that we can inject our youth in. I heard, a minute ago, we have a great need for lifeguards. How do we take all of the children coming out of our high school and turn them right back into those kinds of professions? How do we take students that are in our schools and teach them about hospitality and tourism so when people come to our city, they understand how to care for our city appropriately? How do we pour them into the idea of hospitality and tourism to make a lot of money? How do we pour them into the air conditioning business? Anybody have air conditioning problems? I mean, I think of all the different things that we can do to prioritize education and pour into the lives of our students and our young adults and our children so that when they grow up, they want to come back and make an impact in this great city of Destin also. So I just challenge you that as we think about all the tourism pieces, again, how do we capitalize on tourism? How do we capitalize on space? Because we are a little tiny place, right? And like somebody said earlier, when you walk it, it seems real big, but when you start to try to lay it out and figure out how to put it all together, it's actually pretty tiny. So I would just challenge you as you're visioning to think about how do we prioritize spaces and capitalize on spaces so that we can grow our next set of leaders here in the city of Destin. How can we work together to build strategic opportunities to educate our next generation of dancers, our next generation of engineers, our next generation of educators, our next generation of moms and dads, our next generation of doctors, councilmen, councilwomen? I think we can only do it by tapping into the greatness of our city and pouring it back into the lives of our children. I'll leave you with a story because you told a great story earlier, but this is one about these two little boys, and they knew there was this wise old man in their little mountain town. And the wise old man, every day he would come down from the mountain to see the town, but the two little boys one day decided they would trick the old man as he came down from the mountain. And they decided they would do it by doing this. They thought, when the wise old man comes down from the mountain, we're going to catch a bird, and we're going to hold the bird in our hand out to the old man, and we're going to ask the old man, is the bird dead or is the bird alive? Knowing that if the old man said the bird was dead, they would open their hand and release it, and if he said the bird was alive, they would close their hand and crush the bird to death. And so sure enough, the two little boys saw the old man coming down from the mountain, and they went out and they caught a bird, and they said, "Old man, tell us, is the bird alive or is the bird dead?" And the old man wisely looked at them, and he said, "The bird is as you will it. It's as you will it." And what I will say is that education in this city and the priority we put into it as a city is as we will it. So how will we will ourselves to support the next generation of students so that we can have a great city from an educational perspective here in Destin? Thank you for your time.
I got a couple questions for you before you
Yes,
head
sir.
off there, brother. One, you've got the name Destin High School. I got that, but you're Okaloosa County.
Yes, sir.
So when are you going to annex in?
Yeah, so actually we want to explore that relationship with you guys. I'm glad you said that. I've actually asked, I've only been here since September. I'm a transplant to the city, but I love being here. My daughter's here.
I won't hold that against you.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll say this. I've lived all over the world for the last 20 years. My daughter moved to the States, so here we are. And she tells me, she's a junior at the high school, she says, "Daddy, I'm living my best life here in Destin." She loves it here. We have made this our home. We don't plan to leave. So I want you to know that. Like, we came here. It's small town life with big city amenities. We love it. We love being here in Destin, okay? What I will say is that since I've been here since September, my question has been, why are we not exploring that option? So we actually want to explore that option. I've asked, I think, the city attorney if we can get the paperwork to see what that would look like for us, because for me, it's really important if we're right here in the city that we explore the option and make sure that we are all part of this together. Any other questions?
Email yesterday, and we are setting that up after
Fantastic.
visioning.
Any other questions? Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you all. As I mentioned in my earlier remarks, it's important to hear from the public. If there are members of the public that are available here, please step on up and give us your thoughts.
First one of these in 5 years where I've been on this side of the podium. I want to reiterate everything Shane said, so I'm not going to repeat that. I heard some of the earlier discussions. Council members, now you have a really great opportunity because we're right in the process of rewriting the code, first time since 1985. So really, you're going to have a great opportunity to really leave your print, your handprint of your service on this council, on what Destin looks like. A lot of what it will become, but you're going to have a really good opportunity to make some judgments of what you want Destin to look like. One of the challenges, and I watched the last meeting and the discussion on the electronic signs and stuff like that. When the city started their CRAs, those are special taxing districts that have visions and plans. Very little has been actually done with those vision and plans because the code probably wasn't clear enough, but it could be. One of the challenges, we're fixing an underground Highway 98. And when you're trying to rewrite the code and you're trying to apply it to the whole city, I think there's other municipalities where they have zones. Tallahassee has, because they have these majestic oak trees, they have tree zones to where if you're going to take out a tree, they have specific rules in those zones that don't apply to the entire city. It's just in those zones. When we're talking about creating a new look for Destin, and we have an industrial complex on Mountain Drive, unfortunately, in our harbor CRA. But we're fixing to have an undergrounding of Highway 98, and what I would encourage you to do is explore the idea of a vision zone, or you know, how you want that particular area to look, because then you can narrow it down. It's a little easier to mold it into a three-dimensional vision by creating in this zone, unlike the rest of the city, these requirements are either going to be more stringent or they're going to be required. Less grandfathering in and saying this is how we want it to be redeveloped. I'm sitting on that panel with Shane, the redevelopment, and having these zones, a view corridor zone, I think may be a real good vehicle to use in our CRAs, and maybe not apply to the entire city. It's easier to make those decisions, they're easily defendable, and I think we can make it happen a lot faster. Last thing I'm going to talk about is part of visioning, even though it's part of governing. I think that since 1985, a lot's changed, and I think it's time, and it hasn't been done, I don't think it's ever been done. Maybe it has. Jim could probably let me know, but it's time for a charter review of our city charter. Because if you're going to try to be innovative and really be, you know, thinking into the next decade, the decade after that, especially when it comes to codes, rewriting your codes, and visioning what you want this city to look like and become, then we need to also review our form of governance. I think the present one, in my opinion, is very inefficient. I think we could get the League of Cities to come in there and start doing some comparisons between strong mayor, weak mayor, 7 people on the council versus 5, having districts where you're held a little bit more accountable to the people who vote for you, that kind of stuff. So I'm going to put that on the public record at the next city council meeting. I think it's something that's duly needed, and I think coming into the future to do some of these monumental things, being more efficient in governance is going to facilitate us creating the city that we all want. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public? Seeing none? All right. Pure entertainment. All right, so I think lunch is here, so unless I'm reading it wrong, are we, yep, let's.
Yes, it is, unless there's somebody else from the public. Okay, so,
Yeah.
all right, let's take a bathroom break.
Working lunch, or is this a 30-minute?
According to Louis, it's just lunch, period.
Do you want to shorten the lunchtime?
30 minutes?
30 minutes? So we take a bathroom break and then we're going to lunch. Okay?
If you give us 10 or 15 more minutes.
That's okay.
We're good.
Hello? 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 Hello?
John, we're ready to start.
Can we regroup and get started back up? Okay, good afternoon. We talked a lot this morning about where we want to go, what opportunities that we see that we need to take advantage of. The portion of our discussion this afternoon focuses on the importance to understand the challenges that we have in order to get to where we want to get to. Staff and I spent the last 3-4 weeks reviewing our current operations in light of our current strategic goals and seeing what's working, what needs to be tweaked, and what we need to bring before you to understand that in order to keep moving forward in a sound fashion, there are certain things we need to address. And so you're going to have a heavy dose this afternoon of financial numbers because I think it's important. We'll soon be going into the budget process, and the City Council needs to understand just what those numbers look like and what adjustment they need to make by the time they pass the budget in October. So we have here this afternoon 2 components that are related to the financial aspects of that. One is the need to focus on our renewal and replacement of the facilities that we have, the infrastructure that we have in order to keep ourselves viable to keep moving forward. That's one. Number 2, the need to understand our cost recovery components. Are we actually providing the service and charging the right type of fees for what we're doing so that we can keep ourselves solvent in an ability to serve our residents? So I'm asking our Finance Director, along with our Public Services Director and the Parks Director right here, to govern and help out through this discussion for what's ahead of us, the challenges we have from a financial side of things. So, Crystal.
Thank you, Louis. I might need this, hopefully not. All right, so, you know, this morning was really great, seeing your vision and seeing where you want to head. So if you don't mind, I'd like to just bring us back down and show you where we are today, where we're starting from, so that collaboratively we can work on how do we make those baby steps to get to that future that we're all visioning. So this first slide here, I've broken out some of the major components of our city that we are responsible stewards for, that we need to continue operating and renewing and replacing. These things are important to keep our families safe and our staff safe. This is related to, you know, public safety, which includes our building fund and our building officials that keep our homes and buildings safe in the city. We have a lot on the library, recreation, parks table. We call that culture and recreation. I've separated out the 3. So here I've taken our 16,000 parcels and I've just divided our operating costs per year by the number of parcels that we have. So on this year, we're going to spend about $347 per parcel on public safety. $63 this year per parcel to keep the library operating. $118 for recreation, parks and rec, and so on and so forth. You'll see that then we also have general government, animal control, and some other side things that we do. That's about $540 a year. So altogether, just the operations costs us about $1,412 per parcel per year to operate. And then you add in the renewal and replacement, that's another $222 per year. So what are we receiving? So here is a list of the parcels by type. And you're going to see that the average parcel pays about $758 per year to the city to cover that $1,400 tab that I have just for operations. So we're not quite halfway there. You'll also notice from this slide, I've segregated all of the parcels into 3 categories. We have our homesteaded parcels, that's 3,675. We have other residential, which includes that 10,000 number, includes about 7,000 condos. And then we have non-residential, which are our building, commercial buildings, warehouses, and so forth. So that's a big gap. So now we're going to talk about our top 2 priorities. One is the renewal and replacement program, and then cost recovery. So I'm going to just show you where we are right now in the work that needs done in the city, and then we're going to talk about little steps that we could make. And our aim with making these little steps are aimed more at, we're trying to have less of an impact on those homesteaded homeowners and take more of an impact from other funding sources that we have at our that we have available. So our renewal and replacement fund, this first slide, these two slides in a row, they show in it kind of different ways. This is like the streets and sidewalks. As you can see, we've got over $27 million worth of roads, streets, and sidewalks. about $17 million of work to catch us up to things that should have been renewed or replaced within the last, some of these things haven't been touched since the 50s, so they're past due for repairs 10 to 20 years or more. Then we have our facilities, vehicles, parking lots, capital equipment. So these are the categories that Public Works and I work on, and we have details behind all of these things. But then this next slide, I've separated them out. Oh, that's our roads. Oh, I guess I didn't do it here. I have another slide that shows the breakdown by parks and recreation facilities versus public works facilities and roadways and so forth. I just want you to know that park and recreation facilities, the community center, and these other things are also pretty high on our critical list that we need to get to within the next 4 years. This is roadways to resurface by square yards. 30% is in pretty good condition with remaining useful life, and 70% is either in a critical condition or definitely due for resurfacing. 70%. So here's the total for the 20-year plan. This is the list by infrastructure and facility and equipment types. So that's $69 million worth of work over the next 20 years. So that would be an investment if we wanted to go invest evenly over the next 20 years of $3.4 million a year. Oh, dear. Andy, did I push the wrong button? There. No, we're all good. All right. And then here's that same list, just divided into the different categories by government activity. So as you can see, Public Works is definitely at the top of the list with a lot of work to do, but Parks, Recreation, and the Library also. That's our second major category that we're going to focus on today. The stormwater infrastructure, we have about $18 million worth of work we need to do in our stormwater systems. This, keeps all of our properties from flooding and keeps everybody safe. I'm taking that out of the equation for today because we're going to talk about funding that in the future. So this is this is our proposed funding plan. So for 2025, I'm choosing to focus on items that were past due for renewal or replacement more than 20 years ago. In 2026, those are things that should have been worked on more than 10 years ago. And 2027, we're getting a little more current, and then by 2029, we should be all caught up. So this is a plan that we're proposing. One of the things that we're proposing is taking some of the Okaloosa halfpenny infrastructure money. Now that we have our electric franchise fee agreement and those electric franchise fees are rolling in towards the undergrounding, that can take some pressure off, because originally there's a big chunk of Okaloosa halfpenny money that we had committed to the undergrounding project, but it might be better spent here in helping us catch up in our renewal and replacement. We also are requesting an annual contribution in the initial years, about $4 million, and then it'll taper down as we get all caught up, and then it'll come down significantly. So here's that same view, but this is just by governmental activity type that the facility belongs to. So you can see parks, recreation, library. They're definitely due for work. We're pushing that out a couple years to make the cash flows work, but public works is going to be the top priority for the next year. So just so you know that where some of the renewal and replacement funds come from, a large part for the roadway renewals comes from gas tax number 1 that's collected by the state of Florida. It's population based, and as our population, as you've heard, it's just over 14,000 people. The allocation given to us is very small to cover this infrastructure that supports 100,000 people any given day, right? So we have a shortfall of about $1 million a year in the traditional funding that would go towards renewing and replacing our roadways. So here is the last Okaloosa halfpenny. This was the commitment that council made this past July, their last reallocation. So I'll be bringing this back to a future council meeting to discuss another reallocation, taking from that undergrounding bucket, that $9.5 million that we committed towards undergrounding, and maybe taking some of that and putting it towards our renewal and replacement program. So also at a future council meeting, you'll be seeing a draft resolution. So we'll be talking about, I'd like a commitment from our council in a resolution format to fund the renewal and replacement program. I believe a minimum balance that would be reasonable is $1 million in that fund, and I'm talking bank account balance here. And we should also have a maximum balance, and I consider 5% of our net assets as a reasonable rule of thumb. So we'll have that discussion at a future council meeting as well. So here are some of the funding sources that are traditional for capital improvement projects. Infrastructure. So when you set up a municipality, the tradition is a developer will build, I'm just going to take a neighborhood for an example, or up here, this is Mountain Drive sidewalk is the example. Usually the developer goes in with the development plans, they build the infrastructure that they need to support their development. They might need water, sewer, roadways, electrical. They put in the base infrastructure and then they'll convey it over to the city, and then it's our responsibility to maintain it and to renew it and replace it as it ages. So this is the Mountain Drive sidewalk. There's been a lot of discussion about wanting to add a sidewalk on the north side of Mountain Drive because we have a sidewalk on the south side. With the new facilities that are going in, especially parking facilities, we want to facilitate, the pedestrian traffic on both sides of Mountain Drive. So again, traditionally, the developers, when they develop those facilities that need pedestrian safe walkways, they would be the ones to put in that infrastructure, and they would convey it to us. Another source is impact fees. Impact fees, when a developer builds a neighborhood, there's going to be an impact. There are going to be more children attending our schools. There are going to be more cars driving on our roads. There's going to be more sidewalk to maintain. So there's an impact. And we're supposed to take those impact fees and build out for those growth necessitated impacts. One of the examples I have right now is the library impact fee. Our library impact fee ranges between $62 to $217. It depends on the square footage of the dwelling that we're putting in. So The most common nowadays is like a 2,000 to 3,000 square foot home. So they would pay a library impact fee of $160. Now I want to put that into perspective of an estimate to renew. So to remodel the library would cost about $358 per square foot. So that residence won't even pay for half of 1 square foot of remodeling at the library. So that's just putting things in a little perspective here. CRA tax incremental financing funds. A lot of you are familiar with that. I won't go into those details. You're welcome to come ask me if you like. Then we have for undergrounding, some of the most common funding sources. One is we've restricted a portion of our electric franchise fee. Another common one would be a utility service tax on the electric bills. So basically that would apply, we would be collecting a little more money from the folks that use a lot more power towards undergrounding the power lines. So you could see how that would work. And special assessments are another common way of funding the undergrounding. The two in the orange, we're not using either of those, but those are just common options I want you to be aware of. So let's get into cost recovery for a moment. And I just wanted to bring up this slide again, just so you can see what we're trying to recoup these costs, right? And it's all about fair apportionment. At the end of the day, who pays to run all of these programs and put in all this infrastructure, run these operations? It's our citizens, right? Yes?
Can I interrupt you for a second, please? Before you go on too much further. There's a lot right there so far. The renewal and replacement that you spread out and showed us on one of these slides with nearly $10.6 million in public works, that it's listed as extremely critical. This is the plan that you are currently forecasting and planning that we would eventually do in our budgets in the future.
Yeah, in our
right?
budget workshops, you guys will be looking at that in detail.
Right, and so maybe we have, but I just wanted to put a little caveat note here that I would really like to see exactly what is extremely critical, $10.6 million from Public Works in the very near future, please.
Okay, I can chime in on that right now. We looked at this from two different perspectives, age and condition. Like in most things, you have to kind of set these critical moments in time where something needs to be replaced, or a expected service life or usable life. I think what we fell on was 15 years for a collector street and 20 years for a local street. So you would expect that your local street would be resurfaced once every 20 years. Well, some streets in Destin haven't been resurfaced, according to the research I did, ever past their initial installation. Some aging back to pre-Destin, unincorporated Okaloosa County time, maybe back to the 50s and 60s. They're that old. We don't have any records to contradict that. The other one is every other year we do a pavement assessment looking for things like longitudinal cracking, rutting, transverse cracking, all the usual asphalt defects. And we have a hot list. And if the higher the score, it's kind of like in golf, the higher the score, the worse you are. So we have a list that ranges from high to low. And I've worked with Crystal, and we have broken that out into what we believe to be reasonable chunks, or reasonable breaking it out maybe into 4 separate years of tackling these things to getting us back on track. For years, unfortunately, we've underfunded this program to the point now where we're having to play catch up. And we do have all that backing material available.
Thank you. I guess I've heard that before, and I've seen the Excel spreadsheet before. But for me personally, and I think what I've heard so far today about the vision of the city, what a lot of us look forward to is, I've heard the younger youth mentioned a lot. So while I don't disagree that resurfacing streets are not extremely critical, when I look at this chart, I know this is just very basic, but we're visioning, right? this doesn't line up with what I've heard as a vision of focus so far today. So
Well, I
that's
think-
just my
Right.
take on it, where
But I
it
haven't
doesn't line
heard,
up. So, and this is before we started today, I get that, but
Yep.
I just want to make that note that I personally wouldn't be supporting this in the future meeting, because this doesn't look like the vision that we've already been talking about.
no, this is how do we get to that vision? And if we're not taking care of the facilities that we have or bringing them up to these standards, I don't think our vision includes a dilapidated community center.
That's not.
And I don't think
I'm
our
gonna
vision
interject,
includes.
though. He's talking
right,
about resurfacing roads and cracks in asphalt.
Right,
So
and
at
you
some
also.
point, the list with pictures and evidence and proof of $10.6 million of public works would be important for what I think the vision of the city would need to be seeing.
Right, absolutely, and that's why we're going to bring all of these details to council, and that's part of the budget workshops, is that some of these things that you might need to reprioritize, right? But also keep in mind, you heard from our Destin Water users this morning as well. So a lot of these roadways that haven't been touched since the 50s and 60s, this is where Destin Water users has that infrastructure that's, the old clay pipe. In the olden days, they didn't necessarily build their water and wastewater facilities at the side of the road. In some cases, it was right down the middle. So if those fail, it's additional heartache. So I think we're all just trying to take care of these before they become like a really serious, crazy expensive emergency type situation.
Hey, Crystal, can I chime in real quick? This is just a thought that I had, and I would agree with Mr. Schmidt. We have focused on the youth and the future humans of Destin, but we've also focused largely on beautification, and resurfacing streets adds a huge element to, livening everything up, and it gives us an opportunity to revamp some of the infrastructure. So I'm on both sides of this, so.
Can I add something from real-world experience? So in a past life, I used to be Vice President of Technical Services for a company where I designed concrete, asphalt for paving, and other applications. One thing that you need to recognize when we talk about a paving application, there's a binder. The asphalt binder is what makes that asphalt stick together. Over time, it deteriorates. There's going to be a point where you can't overlay, and then the cost to replace is going to be substantially greater, because you have to have a compaction in order to put an overlay over top. So if this is something that we reach a certain point and we don't pay attention to it, the cost to replace is going to be much, much greater than the cost to retain and overlay. So it's just,
I'm just looking for the future that we actually get more than just a number.
I got you.
That's all.
No, I'm just a little added information to help.
I agree with you.
So, yeah, and I'll repeat what Mr. Destin said probably 3 meetings ago. We used to do this, probably up until 8 or 10 years ago, and I'm not sure what happened then. We had a little bit different process because the Public Works, Public Safety Committee, if Jim Wood's still here, we said, this is how much money, $1 million or $2 million, and they would go out in their 7 little sectors, and they would walk sidewalks, and they would walk streets and street lights, and they would come back, and then they would agree on a prioritization. So what I really want to see is the prioritization, because it may be 20 years old, but the sidewalk may be in great shape, and it may be 5 years old, and the sidewalk may be in crummy shape because the contractor that put it in. So I think there's another step here. The point that I want to make, and I think you're trying to make here, is a little bit to Johnny's point and to Tori's point. This is preventive medicine. This is us going to the gym, and then we didn't go to the gym for 8 years, and now we decide, oh, we had a heart attack or something. Maybe we should start taking care of our health again. We should have never left the program that we had, but we did. And none of us here were on the council at that time. Now we've got a problem to fix it, because if we don't, we're going to have, like when the street caved in last year, by Target, then we're just going to be chasing our tail. And everybody knows it's a lot more expensive to fix it after you got a problem than to take care of it in a methodical, you go to the gym every day or you walk every day or whatever you do, you're going to live longer. You can't just go, oh, now I'm 100 pounds overweight and I need to go start working out at the gym and expect that you're going to be healthy like you were 10 years ago. So we're probably going to, have a lively discussion on, is that street really a priority or is that street really a priority? And, the Public Works and the staff's going to bring it back to us. Michael's going to bring it back to us. But this is something we've got to get in, if people are driving in potholes, our citizens are driving in potholes. And then they'll start complaining. It'll be like, why haven't y'all fixed the street? Well, we had a chance to address this and get caught up. And the problem is once it happens, it just seems to all happen at once. So it won't be, oh, well, we have one pothole this year and we fix that. It's like when it starts to the binder point, it'll all wear out at about the same time. And then the groundswell will be, why the heck aren't y'all doing this? And, I know you're concerned about parks and recreation areas. It's the same thing with recreation areas. Okay, we got to replace the grass and we got to replace the irrigation and we got to, maintain that going forward. We can't just go every 10 years, geez, the fields look like poop. Maybe we should replace the grass in these things. We have to have a systemic approach to maintaining the quality of life. And so, I may nitpick numbers, which is what I do, but in the end, we'll come up with a number and we'll assign the resources because, the infrastructure, if you go back to Lewis's first or second slide, effective governance, my comment there is committees. We need to reinvigorate the committees, but the infrastructure is number 2 for successful communities so that we have the parks, so that we have the roads, so that we have the sidewalks, so that we have the buildings that aren't leaking. Because once it starts leaking, now you're got a lot of costs other than replacing a roof. So I for one, am supportive of this from a preventive medicine standpoint. $6 million chunk in 1 year, that, we'll have a conversation.
I will support Kevin on one portion of this. There's more than just a visual inspection, and I don't know what it would take for us to it's not very expensive for us to do inside testing, but it requires just a small furnace. One thing about asphalt, it's a binder and aggregate. Once you burn off the asphalt, you can determine how much of that binder is remaining, and that'll tell you a useful life, and that's an actual ASTM systematic method of determining a life expectancy other than a visual inspection. So if we wanted to just invest in a little bit of equipment, a little bit of training, we could actually have sound data moving forward as well.
I'll let you go. I just don't want everybody to think that, I've been talking to you about renewal replacement for a while, but what Mr. Bagby finished on is kind of what I was probably trying to say is when you see $6 million and 10.6 on one line, I just don't agree with that wholeheartedly as the whole thing. So, but thank you.
Okay, so I just, the whole point was, we talked this morning about where we want to be, right? And so this afternoon is where are we now? And I'd also like to show a couple little baby steps on how we can improve where we are now to get us a little closer to our vision. So now we're going to talk about cost recovery. And these are the same, sure.
Mentioned it earlier this morning, and you just re-mentioned it. So I went back and looked at the TDD slides, and for the district, not for Destin, for the district, okay, the old district, what they call the old district as opposed to the new district, there were only 7,300 total condos. So that includes all the condos in Okaloosa Island, Fort Walton Beach, the old district. So I
received updated, I received the parcel data by use and code and exemption descriptions
Okay.
every year. And I double-checked again with the data that they sent me last week, and we're still, we have over 7,000 condos in Destin alone, and it was about 6,700 of them are not homesteaded.
Yeah, in the city limits, I just find that really hard to believe, because
No,
7,000
this is my
condos-
taxable value for millage rate calculation. It's just the city limits. That's the only data I get from
Okay.
the property appraiser.
If you could email that to me, because that just, when it doesn't sound right to you, it raises the antenna.
So again, this is the 16,055 parcels that are within Destin city limits, and I'm going to forward you the details so you can see how they're, on the list, anything with an exemption code of HX or HA are the homesteaded ones. So, and they tell you which ones are, single residential, multi-residential, condos. They break it all out for you, so you have all those details. So cost recovery. Why do you want cost recovery as a government? So when we use user fee type services to cover their own cost, the taxpayer dollars are freed up to increase service levels in other places. So the more the users pay for the direct services they receive, the more of those tax dollars that we can collect can go for things that are more on the public benefit side. So this is a basic scale. Whenever we look at, do we want to pay for that service with taxes, or do we want to pay for it with user fees, we have this sliding scale on how much public benefit is there versus how much individual benefit is there. So in the public benefit, public safety, public works, these, this infrastructure, we use it all, right? The public safety, we can all call the sheriff's office or the code compliance people to help us. Then on the lower end of the scale that has a lot more of an individual benefit, we have developer and impact fees that I covered a little bit earlier this morning. We're going to talk in a second about the building fund and building permit fees as well. That's definitely closer to, there is some public benefit, obviously, to having building inspectors go in and inspect when a home is being built. We don't want the whole town burning down from bad electrical in one location, but there's a lot more of an individual benefit to these services that we provide. And then we have recreation, which really falls right in the middle. There's a great public benefit, some would argue, to having a safe place for our youth and our seniors to go and be in a safe environment and have healthy activities to do. But then there's also an individual benefit, especially on the people in the middle, right? The adults. I can afford to pay the full cost of what it's going to be for me to join a softball league, right? And I probably should. So there's a lot more individual benefit to the adult type programs. So as we consider these things, let's just always keep that in mind. Public benefit, put it on the taxpayers in the millage rate, or individual benefit, and put that into user fees. So this is, I know this is really tiny, but this is our fund balance. This is where we are now. This is if we make no changes. Our unassigned fund balance is starting to go negative. And we don't want to go there, because that takes all of the fun out of the fund balance. So what is really dragging that unassigned fund balance down? The number one is the building permit fees are just too low. The building permit fees are they're intended to cover the cost of having a building department, of having a building official, of having building inspectors. Right now, the taxpayers have to pay that balance of $400,000+ a year. Because the fees, the building permit fees, are not covering the costs of these inspectors. So that's one thing I'd like to address.
Crystal, question for you. It might be a dumb question. So just so I'm getting this right, so if they're not covering their costs, it basically turns into the taxpayer, like the citizens are subsidizing that or covering that middle? All right. thank you.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
The next one is the developer and impact fees are just too low. The cost to do necessitated growth or growth necessitated improvements is not fully covered by the fees. And that was the example I gave earlier of the library fees. So I'll collect $162 from that residence, but it won't even cover the remodeling to, you know, improve a space or add space at the library, which is more than double that. The building fees too. Noel, I think you said that the average, what was it, a new home or a home remodel, you had a price on how much they tend to pay?
Thank you. Paying fees, you mean? And I had that up.
The building fees?
Yeah, let me bring one up. Maybe I can find one real quick. I think I'm on one right now anyway. I can tell you what they paid here. This is a pretty large home. The initial permit fee total, which would include planning and engineering and building fees, was $3,777. However, to break it down to just what we take in as the building fund would be about about 1,000, 2,000, about 2,000 of that was just for the building department.
So Crystal, are you going to bring us an update of updating our impact fees to the next council meeting so we can vote on it and get this changed sooner rather than later?
Well, that's a whole discussion on changing impact fees is not a very simple, easy thing, and the building permit fees as well. But yeah, Lewis has plans.
And the valuation for this building to construct it was actually, from what they claim, it's $277,000.
So to answer your question, Council Member, so there are two aspects to this. So you got the impact fees and then the building fees. The building fees, last year we did a study and came to council with proposed changes as far as how far we can go. You decided as a council to take the lower end of that recommendation. And that's why we're still in the position that we're in, that we're not caught up. The impact fee, the mobility plan is the vehicle we're headed right now. If you approve the entire project cycle that we have proposed, make the changes that you need to make, adopt that plan, then we'll go into the process of identifying what our impact fee program is going to be going forward. And so those are two separate work programs that we'll be bringing forth to you.
I'm ready to support whatever we need to do to take care of our citizens not paying the difference.
Are we on the low end, middle end, or high end of these fees in the state?
Low end. But you know, you have to, it's hard to compare apples to apples, right? Every community is a little bit different. When we bring these fees back, obviously we need to show you comparisons of not just our neighbors, but similar type communities.
We're required by state law to justify any increases that we make. So a study will need to be done again to compare where we are, and then we always compare with other neighboring communities before we bring a recommendation. That's what we did the last time. We'll do that again. So we'll give you options. Hopefully this time we can nudge you towards where things balance out.
All right, so we covered the building department, building fees, and just developer and impact fees. The last one I'd like to cover is recreation fees. So as we alluded to this morning, I narrowed this down to just the Morgans and the community center because those are the two main recreation facilities where we actually do collect user fees. So right now, the taxpayers are subsidizing those two entities to the tune of about $1 million a year when you combine them. So again, you know, it's all about public benefit versus individual benefit. We need to keep that in mind. Back in 2014, everybody will have a copy of this. Council adopted this cost recovery policy for our recreation items. So I started down at the bottom. The specific cost recovery goals for youth programs was set at 50% of the direct costs. And for non-resident youth fees shall be 50% higher than resident fees. I think I heard someone this morning say, why don't we charge them 3 times more? And then maybe that's one more carrot that, you know, if they annexed in, then they would drop down to our normal youth pricing, our resident youth pricing. Senior programs are set to recover at least 50% of the direct fees. Adult programs are supposed to be set to recover 100% of the total costs. And then we go into rentals and services. But I just want to focus on those programs. So you would think that if we really had our pricing perfect, you know, the adult programs really were 100% covered by them, the youth programs, you know, at the 50% level, we might be above that 14 to 20% coverage rate. But right now we're not. And I think part of that is some of these indirect costs that have really skyrocketed over the recent years, property insurance being one of the big ones, and health insurance for our employees being a second one of the biggest ones. So I actually have, we've hired another person in the accounting department, not only to help me with all the grant accounting that we've had to do and reporting, but also we're working hard on gathering better, more detailed data about every recreation program, just to see exactly where our cost recovery is and to allocate out these indirect costs to each of those programs to improve our fee pricing in the future. The last item I wanted to mention on the topic of recreation is, you'll notice on this page 2, back in 2014, we would charge residents an annual launch pass of $30 a piece for the launch. In the very last page, we have our today's Joe's Bayou recreation fees, and we're not charging anything. If we could sell about 4,000 of those passes, we could generate about $200,000 a year, which would really help. I know it's not directly related to Morgan's or the community center, but it would help Morgan's and the community center keep prices low for those youth programs and for those senior programs. If the people who own boats and use the boat ramp could just each chip in $50 a year, that would just go such a long way. But we'll come to that as well. Let's see. Recommended recovery areas. So these are the recommended cost recovery areas that we've been talking about as a team. The building permit fees, the developer and impact fees, the short-term, oh, that's another one. The non-homesteaded condos, a lot of those are being rented out, and I don't have the specific details from the TDC for the count within Destin. This is just the non-homesteaded condos. So if those are being short-term and long-term rentals, perhaps we could collect a fee from them. I know in the past we said no, because with the short-term rental community, the main impacts or issues have been related to garbage, parking, and noise, right? And the HOAs of these condos manage those very well. But we're not taking into account all of the impact that they have on our parks and our roadways and our recreation facilities and everything else. So, you know, and our staff. So maybe it's time to consider adding a fee there. And then the last one I just mentioned was the boat ramp user fees. So our building fees. This is a different view of our building fund. On the previous slide, you saw that they've been using taxpayer dollars to the tune of over $400,000 a year. Now, this is if I increased the building permit fees by 52%, so raise it from $2,000, whatever it was, up to $3,000. This is what it would do for us. And I know 52% sounds outrageous, but that would help the building fund break even within 3 years. It would allow the building fund to start building a very tiny fund balance. Ideally, the fund balance would be equivalent to 1 year's worth of operations, which obviously, you know, $31,000 or $25,000 is not a year's worth of operations for that building fund, but that would be the results of a 52% increase in our fees.
I have a question before we go past. You're talking just to break even, but we're still in a deficit from last year. So do you have any idea what we should increase to try to account for that deficit?
No, I'm going to leave that to the our rate study analyst people to present real numbers to council and to let you guys choose, you know, where you want to be. But this is just just so you see where we're headed in the things that we could possibly do. So this is the comparison of our fund balance, where we are now with no changes, compared to if we could get the building fund financing itself without the taxpayer dollars. This is where our unassigned fund balance could be. So instead of going negative, you could see it start building up over $1 million in the future years.
And if I could add to it just real quick, by statutory law, the building fund can't carry over an overage more than $400,000 in any consecutive 4-year period. If we did, we would have to then pay that money back to those people. So there is a cap to that, you know, to being able to carry over so much money.
But they also allow for a reasonable fund balance, as well as the $400,000 of net revenue generated. So that's the revenues minus the expenses. That's where the $400,000 cap comes in year over year. So anyway, this is where our fund balance is heading now and where it could be in the future if we made that one change. So these are the other items that we feel we should review as potential cost recovery areas. $100 a year registration fee from that $6,700 on non-homesteaded condos. That would generate $670,000 a year. That's pretty significant. And recreation user fees, if we added back that Joe's Bayou boat ramp pass for residents at today's rates, $50 per, that could generate about $200,000 a year. So those are two other items to consider, just to, you know, we do have staff out there monitoring the ramp and trying to manage traffic and everything, and we need to cover those. Right now, it's just being covered by our general tax base.
Hey, Crystal, are you saying that we, last time we were charging for that boat ramp pass, we actually sold 4,000 of them?
I was looking back into past years, and there were years where we sold between 3,000 and 4,000 passes.
And we have how many homestead residents?
Well, so you can have up to 2 passes per homestead.
Okay.
The extra, there was an extra. You could buy 2 in case you have 2 boat trailers.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Right now, you get your first pass free, and your second boat you pay for. So, and they're just saying paying for both.
And then, just a reminder of our millage rate, right? So we talked a lot about potential user fees that we could update. The median property value, the median taxable property value in Destin last year was $332,000. Contrary to popular belief, these are not all $1 million homes. The taxable value is not what you see on Zillow. The Save Our Homes Act caps the potential increase year over year at 3% maximum. And then so that's where we are right now, $332,000. So most of the homes this past year, they paid about $537 to the city of Destin. If we were to increase the millage rate 1/10 of a mil, that would increase their tax bill by $33. So it's food for thought, but that would generate nearly over $750,000 for the city for our programs. So if we decide that we don't want to increase user fees for recreation programs or other things, maybe to make the ends meet and generate funds for council to do these other additional projects, maybe you consider adjusting the millage rate. But don't forget, our cap in our charter is 2 mils. And by the way, that's 0.2%. That's the cap. So here's some next steps that we've considered. In March, I would really like to bring the renewal and replacement resolution forward to council and get the commitment. Let's start talking through that. And then everything else is to be determined. We should probably, depending on what, council's direction and what you like to address first, but if we want to go to look at the building permit fees, we need to refresh the building fee study and adopt a new fee schedule to help make that building fund more self-sustaining. We need to approve the mobility plan projects. The projects is the basis of the fee. We can't approve the mobility impact fee, so that's transportation impact fees, basically. We cannot update those fees until we have an underlying list of projects that we're going to do. Then we may look at revising the park, library, and public safety impact fees, and potentially looking at the short-term registration for the condos, and adjusting, maybe looking at adjusting the boat ramp pass situation as well.
So can I ask, where does the money that the visitors pay, the $20 to the attendant or the honor box, where does that money go from this summer?
So we've been raising about $90,000 a year from that, and that helps us offset that $1 million a year deficit that we're running from the other recreation items. Also, I didn't include in here all of the operating costs to maintain all of the other parks. So that $90,000 a year that I collect from the, what they put in the honor box is helping to support these.
Something else I've kind of noticed out there at the Joe's Bayou, I spent a couple of days out there, a few weekends last summer. There's a lot of commercial vessels that are utilizing that ramp, but there's only a $500 fine. Now, if these people are making $3,000 a trip, I mean, what's holding them back from paying $500 to be able to use that ramp? I think something else we need to look at is a steeper penalty for breaking those rules by utilizing that as a commercial ramp as well.
I think there's an option to do $500 per passenger for that fine too.
I'll defer to the city attorney, but I think the max fine is $500, period. So, yeah, that by state statute.
But Kim, is there something to do with passengers?
Which type of fine are you asking?
So at Joe's Bayou, we have it limited from commercial application, but we still have people using that for charters. They're going out there, meeting the people.
So it's 500, but I think one of the ideas staff had in the past was to charge 500 like per passenger, not just.
And that's allowable?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe council will be getting the fee decisions before them soon.
So John, you were correct. I appreciate you.
Oh yeah, no worries. A quick question on these fees and stuff. Maybe I just don't know, but are we allowed to do anything with business tax receipts?
So business tax receipts are regulated at the state level. We are allowed to increase them. I think the statute reads that we're allowed to increase them. There's like a CPI index that we're allowed to increase them by each year.
It's extremely limited.
It's very limited.
We're more limited on BTRs than any of our other fees. So there's lots of other fees we can raise more than BTRs. Just And I've literally been on the phone this week with the League of Cities on some of those issues.
Yeah, I testified at Capitol Hill this year about opposition against, they're trying to do away with BTRs and the fees against them.
Yeah, exactly.
We do have a lot of other fees that we can increase, that you guys have options.
Yeah, so I don't know if you all heard that, but at the state level, they are talking about getting rid of business tax receipts, getting rid of those altogether. And since I came here, our business tax receipt fee schedule, you know, it's per seat, per vending machine, I mean, it's so overly complex, and it makes it really hard administratively for us to do as well. So we've been talking to the Florida League of Cities for years now about, can't we simplify this? We're just a little town. Can't we just have, like, you know, you're a business, you fall into category A or B, you pay $50 or $100 and call, you know, keep it simple, right? But no, we haven't even been able to simplify those 10 pages down to 2 fees yet. So yeah, complex. So with that, Louis, unless there are any other questions, okay, nope, come on. All right, bring it on.
Yeah, you want to talk money? Go ahead, let's do this. So, a couple of observations and some historic perspective. The first observation, the short-term rental fee should be the same for a short-term rental. It doesn't matter if you're a condo, unless you want to say it's by bedroom or whatever you want to do, because we don't have any 8-bedroom condos that I'm currently aware of, but we do have a lot of 8-bedroom short-term rental houses and stuff, and maybe you could do that, but I disagree that there's 60, and there may be 6,700 condos, but they're not all short-term rentals in Destin. So that $670,000, you're not going to realize that probably ever, but you will realize something, $400,000. In the past, because, and Shane will tell you, from when I first came on in 2006, I was about, we shouldn't be subsidizing anything. If it costs us X, we ought to be collecting X or X plus Y from these developers that are making millions of dollars, or these builders that are making tens of thousands of dollars or whatever. But the pushback has always been when you apply it to the individual property owner, and we were, you know, because our priority was our citizens, and they pull a building permit fee, and some of them, it's not all $1 million houses, and you say, yep, we're going to up this to $750 or $1,000, that is like real money. That is their discretionary income for the month or maybe longer. And so there was a lot of pushback from within the community, within the permanent residents of, you know, you can't do that. So I don't have a problem supporting it. I would tell you, you need to be disciplined about how you implement that. You know, if you bring it to us next month, March, and say, this is what we're proposing to implement October 1st. So, hey, local, you want to fix your back porch, or you want to, you know, do whatever it is you want to do, you got between now and October 1st to get that done, or you're going to be faced with a higher permit fee or a higher building fee if you're building, so that we kind of give them a window, not a real long window, but a window to where we say, we're thinking about you because you're our top priority, not just go, yep, staff briefed us, we passed it, and now effective 1 April, you're paying it, baby, and you should have fixed your house earlier. Not a good strategic plan. The recreation fees, you know, I'm one that, which is when we adopted the 50%, because I do believe we ought to be subsidizing. We ought not to be totally subsidizing for our residents. So I was the one that said, yeah, charge the kids from outside the city 4 times. I mean, that won't make me real popular in Kelly or Regatta, but, you know, they're not our citizens. Yeah, and maybe that will incentivize them to come in. The other thing, I won't vote for a millage increase. I'll be not for all this stuff that we've talked about in the last hour. And I would be very surprised if you got any support
because you got to remember, A, this is an election year, and B, there are 5 seats up for election this year. And if you want to say, you know, I feel like I've done my time on the council, you make the motion to increase the millage. And I know it's not by much. I get that, and it's only $40 per house. You make that resolution, because I guarantee you, you'll be with Gary Jarvis on the other side of the podium come November. Okay, so yeah. So, you know, that's just my thoughts is, whatever, we need to increase it, we should increase it, but let's be strategic about it and not just say, because then they'll say, you didn't publicize it, you didn't notice it, and we can go back, well, it was at the strategic planning meeting, it was at 2 council meetings, we've been talking about this for years. They don't pay attention. So, you know, and then we'd have Tamara to, you know, kind of say, hey, we're doing this, but you've got a window. If you've got projects you've been meaning to do them now.
And on that topic of how long can they hold a permit? So if we do go that route and say, hey, maybe in 2 years I want to do my backyard, can I pull the permit now? And how long is the shelf life?
A permit is active, well, I should say, a permit is good for 2 years. However, a permit becomes inactive if you do not have an inspection within any 6 months given period.
6 months, okay. Is that a cost to have an inspection keep coming out? Can I?
No.
I'm trying to think
I mean, you can request extensions. Hey, you know, I'm not ready, my 6 months is, you know, and you can request to push it out. But,
Gotcha.
Yeah.
State of emergencies, does that help?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm hearing Mr. Bagby about the ad valorem, and I dang sure heard Jim Wood when we first brought this up on a council meeting, and he came directly to that podium and made it very clear that he'd be voting anybody off that was up there as well. But I think, based off what we're seeing on some of these other fees, if we increase those enough, we should be able to meet some of these benchmarks. One thing that I agree with, and I think I mentioned earlier as well with Mr. Bagby, is the condos need to be part of it, but I also think we need to look at what it's going to take and what we can increase the short-term rental registration fees by legally. Because something he mentioned, 8 bedrooms in a single-bedroom house or single-family dwelling, it's a lot of wear and tear on the city, it's a lot of wear and tear on the infrastructure, it's a lot of wear and tear all the way around. And our 3,600 local residents shouldn't be held accountable for that. So I would like to know what we could potentially increase that registration fee by and still be compliant with state regulations.
Don't have the same limits on the short-term rental fees. You can increase those. They just have to be justified and reasonable, but there's not like a cap.
So $25,000 is...
Probably not reasonable.
I probably won't answer that on the record.
I'm sure that if we get to that point with the short-term rentals and adjusting those rates, we have a lot of data from the public safety, the public works, and the recreation to help make something reasonable.
But there are a lot that aren't even paying at all, am I right?
That's correct.
Code compliance is on those. I see those probably the most regularly at our code compliance hearings if they're not. Yeah, I mean, they get taken to code compliance if staff finds them. They do have someone monitoring short-term rentals that are not registered. They have a staff person that's fairly dedicated to that, as I understand it. Right, Troy?
How many calls do you get per year on just short-term rental issues? Here's a mic.
I don't have the exact breakdown, but I can give you the total number of calls that we've dealt with the last 3 years. So I think that probably is important, and a lot of them are short-term rentals. So for 2021, it was 1,965. For 2022, it was 3,455. For this past year, and again, I'll talk about this when I get to my portion a little bit more, but with the additional staff and whatnot, we are over 5,000, 5,032.
We're doubling each year.
We're hitting it hard.
Yeah, so I also track the data provided from the sheriff's office on calls they receive from the jurisdiction of Destin. Keep in mind, We're just over 14,000 residents that in that, 3,600 parcels, but we're 14,000 residents living here. And 2023 numbers, they fielded over 37,000 calls from our jurisdiction. The year before, I think it was closer to 50,000. So with that, Louis, are we ready to go on to the next section? I believe Troy.
Thank you, Crystal. Code compliance. Code compliance and enforcement play a crucial role in achieving a city's vision by ensuring that development adheres to established regulations and standards, safeguarding public safety, enhancing quality of life, preserving the urban aesthetics. We talked about beautification this morning, and fostering economic development, all of which contribute to the realization of a city's vision if they're all taken into account. So now let me ask Troy, our Code Compliance Director, to come up and share some thoughts on what his department is doing towards ensuring that our vision comes to fruition.
How we doing? I just wanted to say thanks for allowing me to be here and be part of this team. It's been a blast so far. In order to talk about where we're going, it's kind of important to talk about where we've been or what we've done. I think probably most of you can look back and see the Code Compliance Department has been inconsistent at best. We now have, I think we're on the precipice of change. The probably three themes that I've heard so far today are accountability, consistency, and efficiency, and we're working to achieve that. As I explained, the call volume that Code has dealt with has gone up dramatically. Part of that is thankful, to the council who authorized us hiring the additional staff. I think that was greatly needed. We have, of all those that we were authorized to hire, we have one position left, and we're hopefully to post that on Friday. Let's see. Talk about space. We're outgrowing our current space at City Hall. The Code staff all those that did not have it, just recently attended the FACE, Florida Association Code Enforcement training. We hosted it. It was the first time that occurred. We had 8 of our staff members in the class, and thought it was all very beneficial. Andy, you got my slides by chance? Oh. There we go. Outstanding. Thank you. I just wanted to touch on vehicles real quick. Obviously, with additional staffing, we are pretty tight with the vehicles. I don't know if the sheriff's department, yeah. It's possible that we might be able to get some of their old detective vehicles at some point. I know we got one in the vehicle in the works for later this year. So as we're going forward, that'll be something that we're looking at. Talking about preventative compliance and enforcement. Most of you know we've had the preseason meetings, some of which I don't think have occurred before. Short-term rental committees, or short-term rental local property owners and managers, beach vendors, and delivery vessel owners. All meetings very beneficial, a lot of participation, kind of set the stage for what we expect going into this year. And so I think you'll see, better compliance on a lot of things. They know what we'll be enforcing. And again, all this plays into the quality of life for the city of Destin. The Code Compliance Officer Safety. When I got here, really all we had were cell phones to communicate with one another. When our officers are out there, if they're trying to call for help, it's not always easy to, dial, 3 numbers. So we went ahead and got these portable digital radios, and so we can communicate with one another. I expressed this to Captain Fulgham, and the Sheriff's Department is great. at some point, we would like to be able to get on a frequency with them so we can, have some synergy if, we need something or there's some type of emergency. Perfect example is recently they had a pursuit of I think a theft suspect or a auto theft of some sort, and we happen to have a scanner in our office. And so hearing that being called out, we were able to radio our code officers who are working the Destin Elementary crossing guard to give them because it sounded like they were heading that way. And we gave them the description of the suspect vehicle. A second later, that vehicle pulled up at the intersection. So our code officers made sure that, the parents and the kids weren't crossing. Car disappeared in a couple subdivisions down, ended up coming back through. Again, they recognized the car again, shut it down again, let the car go by, and then resumed, crossing the kids. So the synergy and the efficiency, it's important, likely we would need to buy those radios, but it's something, we should be looking into. The other thing that I'd like to bring to you at some point, hopefully soon, is body cameras. This is a $40 unit from Amazon. Current code departments, at least close, Panama City Beach and Walton County use them. We're not looking to record everything, but we would like to be able to record, obviously referring to a motor vehicle crash. Two, if, we're on a contact with a resident and that turns south and they're starting to be, combative or argumentative or threatening. We had an instance, we had a couple instances where it happened this year, but one went to the nth extreme, and we did follow the reports. There just wasn't enough there because, it wasn't documented. So if we have, if we can use these in limited instances, I think, our code officers will feel safer. I got no issue with anybody needing to review what we do. I mean, hey, if we need to be held accountable, then we need to be held accountable. So it's something we want to, I've already had some preliminary discussions with city attorney, with Ray Billy as the clerk, and Andy as IT. So, there's conversations to be had, but we'd like to put something together and bring it to you. Let's see. Future focus. Currently, we're looking to put our code boat down at the harbor in the currently unused, or at least unoccupied right now, old fire department slip. I'll use it again at some point, but I think we can get in there for a couple months. Leads us into a greater discussion to the public safety dock to having a space there in order for us to deal with some of these, issues on the harbor and illegal charters and whatnot. Although we do have limited authority, we can do, I think, a longer-term investigation on these things, but having immediate access versus having to trailer it from Public Works in there. So I just keep that in the back of your mind, as we would like to be able to get onto that public safety dock at some point. I know annexation has been talked about a little bit. Only really wanted to mention it because if that occurs, obviously that means more work for the entire group, the entire team, obviously which code is. And so it just, something to keep in the back of your mind as we're going forward. Kind of went through a lot of information rather quickly. Oh, fees. Currently, the short-term rental fees, if it's under 2,500 square feet, it's $500. Dropping a dime to these short-term rentals. If it's over 2,500 square feet, up to like 3,500, it's $600. I think anything over $3,500 is $700. 3,500 square feet and over is $700. I'm sure we can easily justify raising those fees because that is pittance compared to what they're bringing in. So, a lot of information in a short amount of time. Anything I can answer for anybody?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Troy, for being here today. I appreciate it. Thanks to your staff for what you guys are working on. You brought up a few things, what you're currently doing and wanting to do and things like that. And I know we've talked about code enforcement, not a lot, but a couple times, and I don't know if we've ever truly settled on a final decision about some things.
Sure.
I've always been one to say that we have a final decision because we have an LDC that specifies what the codes are, and the code compliance's job is to make sure that the city is in compliance with the code. Prioritization of what you should go do first has never really been something that I thought we needed to really concern ourselves with, because you as a director should be able to strategically place your staff in different areas and hopefully get the job done. Now that you have nearly doubled the size, hopefully that can even happen easier for you. You know, I hear from people in town, you know, about, you know, they'll share stuff with us and then we call it in or whatever, check on this. And, you know, to me, a focus of hoping to create the vision that we have, that we've always had about quality of life and enjoying living here. You know, when you have properties on main thorough streets like Kelly, Cyber, whatever, that when you inquire about stuff that you know somebody tells you's been violation for months, multiple times, yet there's nothing on record. To me, that's I don't like that, me personally as a council member, because that is the compliance thing of what I hope you and your staff, as they're driving around town, see and bring in people into compliance. I'm not one to support, I love the partnership with the Sheriff's Department, but I don't want to see code compliance having to concern themselves with criminal activity on a radio frequency. I'd rather be more worried about the junk in people's yard that's been sitting there for days and weeks and months at a time. The building stuff, and those types of things. We have a lot going on in Destin without concerning ourselves with criminal activity. And I would rather just continue to focus on the compliance of our LDC that we have right now, and focus on that to help bring this entire vision that we've always talked about to fruition, and make sure that that's what we're doing for our citizens, is my thoughts. But, you know, cross-training and all that stuff, I think that's vital. I think now that you've been here for a year or two, the consistency helps. It helps tremendously. Working with community development, that's huge. That's been a missing piece, I think, for a while, of the communication between those departments. So I think that's fantastic, but I just would like to see we continue striving to just code compliance and continuing focusing on that personally.
Sure. Can I just want to address a couple of things?
Sure.
So your said about, you know, people telling you or reporting stuff, or maybe it's not been addressed. Obviously, can't speak to what was done before April 10th of last year. If somebody calls us to go check on something, we're going to check on it, and we should be, you know, we've got a rule like, you get called on it, you're making a case on it. So, you know, going forward, you know, if somebody called us about something, there should be even if we didn't do anything, like we checked on it, there was no, you know, no harm, no foul, no violation, that should be in there. So our record system will be, or is much better now than it used to be. So so if somebody says, hey, I called, you know, last year or 2 years ago and they didn't do anything.
No, I'm sorry. Maybe I misspoke, but not about that. It's more about, that's in my opinion, the debate we've always talked about, I think at this meeting and a lot of meetings, is enforcement versus compliance, right? Reaction versus proaction.
Sure.
You're speaking to reacting to calls. Y'all do a great job at that. What people I hear from are the proactive of, rather than just reacting to calls, we are also, as we're driving around, reacting. And that's always been something we've talked about. We used to have the quarterly report and things like that, which I think will come back to us again in the future, that type of stuff.
Well, and I think the call volume that I said earlier goes directly to what you're saying is we've raised, and a lot of those are proactive calls, raised the number of calls that, you know, proactive calls that we're doing. I mean, again, we didn't authorize to hire those new personnel until like November of last year. So, you know, they've just started, they've been trained, and we're getting ready to roll into the new season. So you're going to see these numbers. I mean, I would not be shocked if it's over 6,000 at the end of the year. So I agree with you. I mean, our people are and will be proactive, you know, and that's just part of the job. The second thing I wanted to address, you said something about criminal activity and that coach job. We're not trying to be law enforcement. However, the liability that, in my opinion, that the city faces by putting officers, code officers out there without the ability to defend themselves, it's important for us to have the ability to contact the sheriff's department, you know, in an emergency. And I mean, the example I gave wasn't us taking, you know, any action other than making sure kids were safe. Right. I expressed this to the sheriff's department, you know, I think the noise complaint is, you know, when you're getting a noise complaint in the evening, it's generally gonna be a loud party, people drinking. We go to those calls. If we don't have any other information other than just that, a loud party or a loud noise, we're going. Now, the sheriff department, hey, we call them, they're coming, no issue there. But if something happens and I got to pull out a cell phone, you know, if I'm fighting somebody or doing anything or running away from something and try to dial 911, if I have a radio on my hip, I can just click a button and say, I need help, or, you know, we're at some such location, the cavalry's coming. So this is more of an officer safety issue than us trying to, you know, enforce laws per se.
We'll look forward to talking about that at a future meeting.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Two things I hadn't pressed the other slide was we're also looking at the International Property Maintenance Code, reviewing that, and going to add some of that to the LDC. And we did one last year. We're going to do some more cross-training with community development. That's scheduled for March. And so just want to make sure I touched on both of those. Any other particular questions, concerns, comments?
Yeah, and I share Kevin's concern. You know, I don't want y'all to be a paramilitary force or a para-sheriff's force or anything like that. But I would be supportive of the body cams, but you have to bring back and show me this is our standard of operation for body cams. So anytime I get out of the truck and I'm on a call, it's on. And if it's not on, then, you know, first time's a verbal warning, second time's a written warning, and third time, you're gone as a code officer. I'm not saying that's what the standard should be, but you gotta show me how this is gonna work. The face training, is it 4 or 5 levels of service?
4 levels.
4 levels, okay. And so, how many at each level do we currently have? Since I know you had some new folks, so they're probably at level 1.
Sure. We have one officer that has all 4.
Okay.
We have one officer that has 2 of them.
Okay.
And the first one's Bill Morales.
Yeah.
I have 2 of them. Okay. Everybody else has 1. If you're a member of FACE, I think it's 70. They just raised their fee, like a $75 or $85 membership fee, but it lessens the course fee. So each course with the test, if you're a member, is $550. And so extrapolate that out times, 15 code officers, and that's a chunk of money.
Yeah.
For 4 classes.
Right.
And so we're able to get everybody through this class, and we saved some money by hosting it, and we're going to try to do that again down the road, because we didn't have to pay for travel, per diem, hotels, but most of these classes are not held on this side of the state.
Yeah.
There's a couple, but more, they're on the other side, or they're south. So, in order to stay current with what's happening, we need to send these code officers to the training. So that's going to be an expense,
No, but I'm supportive of that. It's a two-edged sword. The more trained you get, the more desirable you are to other people who will come and try to poach our folks. So I get that, but I want them, all of them certified,
Sure.
at least level 1, level 2. Where I probably don't agree with Councilman Schmidt is that I do believe for the proactive, the council should establish priorities, for you to, because again, there are 100 code violations probably within a mile of here that, y'all could, if you actually looked at whatever their broken down car in the driveway or whatever. So what we had discussed before was, I think, short-term rentals. So, you see 80 cars at a house and it doesn't have the sign on it, okay? Make a little note. The next week, there's 40 cars there and they're not the same cars, that's probably a short-term rental. And the reason for the prioritization for me is I prioritize the things that affect our citizens' quality of life and the things that generate revenue. So short-term rental, if I find your short-term rental, you're going to pay a registration fee, you're going to pay a fine because you didn't register as a short-term rental, and then we're going to keep getting money from you for here on out. The trash cans, you know, we talked about the overfull trash cans and stuff. Living in a short-term rental neighborhood, you see them, and they don't know the yellow top, you know, all they know is they've got 30 people's worth of trash, and there's not two trash cans, there's two trash cans, one with the yellow top and one with the green top, and they set them out there, and again, that's a fine, okay? And it does, the neighbors, because he's right, when the trash can gets empty, some of it goes on the ground, the waste management guys do a fabulous job trying to pick it up, but they don't ever get all of it. The right-of-way parking, for not only is it a fine, but it's a safety issue for our citizens who, you know, now have to go in and out of cars that are parked in the right-of-way if they want to cross the street to go over and see their neighbor or whatever. And permanent residents violate that, not quite as much as short-term renters, but they violate it too. But we, you know, we want to see these nice, clean streetscapes and terminal vistas and all these things, and then signs. And I would probably put that number 4, you know, depending on where we land on signs, but we've fought with the feather flags and we've fought with the temporary signs and how many you can have and where you can put them. But whatever we decide when we redo the LDC, you know, those, because again, it goes back to your vision, driving down 98, there's no pole, no telephone poles, there's no power poles, there's no poles, the signs are kind of small and discreet, and it's just, you see the trees, you see the sky, and you see the beauty of this, and hopefully you'll still see the harbor or the Gulf through little glimpses there. But I think we ought to do that, and I will probably be one sponsoring. You know, I'd love to tell you if you have a different set of priorities or something you see. The calls, you have to respond.
Sure.
You know, and that's the normal code enforcement. You get a call, you have to go. It's a report.
All right.
And so, but there are some things that affect our quality of life that if you see the trash can and it's out there and it's not trash day, you know, give them a warning, verbal warning, and then the next time, hey, have a nice day. But that's just my view.
I've got a question for you, and this is just because it's something that just recently happened. Those body cams, my daughter was in a little incident, and I got it from the Panama City Beach Police Department down there just to kind of witness. And there were some liabilities there where the actual officer lied. And now so that created a liability, and I'm looking at a lawyer to sue the officer at Panama City Beach based off some of the things he put in his statement. So that creates that liability. But something I was thinking, that's all stored in a database somewhere. So that means if you do these body cams, what's going to be the inherent cost to the community for the servers that store the information, how much data is being stored, and how we retrieve all this? Do you have any of those numbers?
Well, Andy and I have been in conversations, and again, this is not your traditional body camera that you might see a sheriff's officer wearing. This is something we were able to get off of Amazon for like $40. We're only looking at using it for specific instances. This would not be, and I've got the policy from Panama City Beach. I've got the policy from Fort Walton County. I've actually asked for the sheriff's department gave me their policy. I've pulled a couple other ones. So to be able to craft something under what would Florida law that is applicable. So it's, ideally, officer records 2 or 3 things during a shift or her shift, they come back, download it to, their drive, and then Ray has access to it if there's a request from the, community, and it's right there. I don't believe there'd be a ton of, overhead costs per se, unless Andy's got some other.
Just on one thing on that, and Andy, I do want to hear what you have to say, but I would have some legal concerns about selectively only using it sometimes, and I can see some liabilities there. So we'd have to talk further about that, but Andy, I know you want to answer the cost question.
You asked about costs. So my plan was to have a private YouTube account, $13.99 a month. That gives us, I think, 5 terabytes of storage, which is sufficient. And then we have Archive Social with Tamara's group that would back those things up and make them available for public records requests. But they wouldn't be initially available for public records request search. It would depend on how the case was dispositioned.
You'd have to have them available for public records requests all the time. And also, how much storage does that include? Because like I said, there's going to be some issues if they're deciding when to turn them on and off, I think.
Yeah, so 5 terabytes should be more than sufficient for anything they can record. If we ran into more than that, we could buy more storage.
Need a little more specific. What does anything we can record mean? Does that mean covering the officers when they're working?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can't, I could do some quick...
$13.99 a month, we can cover the code enforcement department's body cameras.
Yeah,
I just want to get that.
I really do think so.
Okay,
I can do some
that
quick
isn't what I
math,
heard
but yeah.
from the clerk in Crystal, so if that's new.
I'm sorry. We haven't discussed it, so I just haven't discussed this with them. Sorry, guys.
They're HD, the body cams?
This HD?
Let me do some quick math here really
HD?
quick,
Is this
okay?
HD? Yeah, HD.
I think, I'd like to, we can discuss all these body cam things at a council meeting, and I think if we could just, is that okay, or do we keep talking about it?
Yeah, my only ask is that before I vote to fund this, I want to know what the policy is, so I turn it on every time I get out of the truck unless I'm going into the office or going in to grab a chicken sandwich at someplace.
My intent was only to mention it today to bring it to you in the
Yeah.
future.
I'm fine with it. I just want to know how it's going to be used, and then I expect that standard to be enforced.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Uh-oh, the horses are seeing the barn. See,
I wanted to just say that I agree. I think that having the walkie-talkies, having communications with the sheriffs is a great idea, just because, like you said, we never know anymore. You go up to a door, you think it's just a fun party, and it could be a domestic dispute, and 2 officers got shot and killed just thinking it was a domestic dispute. So having body cameras and having those, I think those are great ideas. We'll just find out at a council meeting the cost and the feasibility of it for us to cover. And I agree with both Kevin on the proactive side of your officers seeing things as they're driving around and being more proactive around it. And I understand that some of it sounds like it's piddly, but in Old Destin, where Mr. Schmidt and myself and Johnny King, we live where there's a lot of houses, like I said earlier today, 3 houses are pristine and awesome, and then you get a house that their crap's all out in the yard and in the street mostly, and these residents are aggravated and they want you to help them figure out how to clean this up. So, and I get Crystal Beach is a different situation where Mr. Bagby lives, and it's more of the, you have 50 cars at a house that doesn't have a sign up that's a short-term rental. So I realize there are dynamics for your code guys to wrestle with on what is the right and wrong thing and where they should or shouldn't be putting their time and resources. But I'm hoping that we've given you enough people that you can kind of have almost like a Holiday Isle, Crystal Beach crew, and then you have an Old Destin crew. And then if they're not going out on the call, they're driving around being a presence, and if they see something, they can do something. So, thank you. And thank you for your presentation today. I'm here to support. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would ask the sheriff, I know when I had the code guys in Walton, Verizon, I believe, was what we used, and there was an app that you could put on it, and it almost became like a walkie-talkie on your smartphone, to where you could tap it. You might look into that, because it was like, I want to say $5 per month per phone. And then it also provided us tracking capability, which my code guys didn't like, because I could see where everybody was for lunch, but.
We have that with this.
Okay.
We can talk to each other with this and talk,
Okay.
we're not able to talk with the sheriff's department with this.
I would like to correct what I've said, though, because as I'm doing the math right here, we'd be making about 1.8 terabytes a month So we would have significantly more costs than what I just mentioned. They must have already known that. I need to do some math with that.
Thank you for that. And also, just for the record, for legality, they would all be public records that we would need to access quickly.
Good to go? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If there are no more questions, once again, can we go to the public and get some input?
All right. We got one person from the public. All right, seeing none.
Council members, Mayor, do you want to have any closing remarks on your end?
Sure. Thank you for all of it. I felt that this was a very good morning and afternoon. I feel very good about the presentations, and I think the biggest thing is, which hopefully you will then now lead us and the staff to getting this stuff in front of us at a future meeting, and I believe that y'all will. So I hope that enough discussion was provided by us and others to make some of these, to give us the opportunity at a council meeting in the near future to be able to provide the direction to get where we need to go. And but thank you, everybody. Thank you to the public that came, the stakeholders, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Louis. Your team and the staff did an awesome job putting together a very viable presentation to show us where your thoughts are, where your divisions are, where your where we need to go as a city, and more clarification. I appreciate the time and effort, because I know that these are not easy to put together, and trying to put everything on paper sometimes is just, you just can't. So I feel like you've given us a lot of things to look forward to coming to council, and I'm sure you could tell by my remarks, I'm very financially avidly in your pocket right now, because we are not charging enough for any of the good stuff we have in Destin. But thank you for putting this together. Thank you, citizens, for coming and hearing this, and those of you, our partners that are here today that have been generous partners and supportive partners. We appreciate you, what you do for us and our city and our tourists and businesses. Thank you.
I just want to say thanks for my first one. I thought it was awesome. How quickly do you think we'll start seeing some of these topics that were brought up there?
So we'll regroup with staff and summarize what we've heard, pick up all the salient points, begin to see what processes they fall under, and then we'll go from there. But we hope to give you at least a summary of what we've heard today within the next month. And then depending on, what the process involved, you can tell us which ones you'd like to start with and go that way. So
I can't tell you how much I appreciate this year. Last year, I made it very vocal that I thought that was a joke. The little kindergarten place-a-dot thing was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life. I didn't feel like we accomplished anything at all last year. This year, I actually feel like this was worthy, and I appreciate your efforts and the staff efforts of putting this forward.
Yeah, sorry to pass. Yeah, I just wanted to say thanks to the public and to our partners and everybody involved for being here. This is it's a full day of stuff. I would disagree. I liked the DOT system. It put it put everything into kind of made you put your money where your mouth is on what you think is important, and it helped us design our strategic plan for the year. So I would be really curious, and I would hold you guys to a good summary to this meeting, because if we just sit here and talk about things and don't do anything about it or put a summary together on how we're going to base our plan for the year, then this is all for naught. So I did like the structure, but I also like the dots too. So that's all I got. Thanks. This is a great session.
Yeah, first, thank you. You did a great job. Your team did a great job. I want to thank our partners that came and the staff, the primary staff, and everybody that came. That, this is an off year. Strategic planning, we usually don't do a big one where we have the dots except after elections because we usually have some new people and where they want to put their 4 dots might not be where I want to put my 4 dots, and usually it's not. But, and I'm okay with that. But you're right, it makes you put your money where your mouth is when you got to prioritize what you want the city working on. I just say, 15 years ago, we were talking about an alternate to 98. I mean, we can almost see that. We were talking about parks on the bay and trying to find one on the harbor. We've seen that. We talked about undergrounding 15 years ago. We talked about getting rid of, billboards 15. So this is a good start. We're going to, some of these things, I guess I am unclear, and I may be the only one, but what we identified. I got Crystal's list. I'm going to bring you, a recommendation on fees and permitting fees and development fees and how much to offset for recreation fees. I know we talked about some things, but they're very, I'm going to be the legislative sponsor for prioritizing, or at least bringing forward the council, priorities for the code enforcement folks to focus on, don't drive by this, I'm not asking you to stop and look in somebody's backyard to see if they're putting an auxiliary housing thing or whatever in there, but I am asking you to fix these problems, and I agree with Teresa. The problems in Crystal Beach are not the problems in Old Destin. I lived over in Old Destin for the first 4 years we were here, and none of the problems I'm experiencing now did I ever experience when we lived off of Stallman. But we should have a priority so that the guys, because you have discretion, just like the sheriff's deputies have discretion on, they don't pull over every speeder, otherwise I would spend all my time on the side of the road. But oh, don't laugh, you're not Miss Innocent over there. Yeah, okay. But
Captain Fulgham, are you hearing this?
Yeah, I only spent a little time in Destin. Before I hit the bridge and go to Crestview, which is still in Okaloosa County. Okay. But what are the takeaways? Because I've heard 3 people say, I look forward to you bringing back all these actions. Are you going to do an action item list like you normally do from a council meeting, Ray, or Lewis, wherever? Oh, Lewis, are you going to bring back a list at the council meeting on Monday and say, just so we're all on the same sheet of music, this is what I heard, and this is what the staff is working on, and we can go, well, you didn't talk about the pump in the harbor, or you didn't talk about something I mentioned, or whatever. What is our going forward plan? Other than crystals, I got crystals, it's on a sheet, I got it captured, and I tried to capture some of the other folks' notes and stuff, but what is your plan to do that?
Yes, so as I mentioned, for the first part of the morning, we're going to go through it. I've had a number of people here taking notes for the proceedings. We're going to sit down and highlight the things that we've heard, come back to City Council and say, did we capture your thoughts? And then you can guide us there and then finalize that up into 4 or 5 key takeaways that we can begin to work on.
Okay, because the actions are the most important part of this. One of the reasons I agree with Johnny is, you go through the first 5, 6, 7, 8 pages, we didn't change anything. Strategic vision, strategic plan is I didn't hear her say, change that bullet or let's reword that bullet like we normally do when we do the big strategic plan. So I just want to make sure we capture the work going forward, because I think there are some expectations by some folks here that, you're going to show us the plan. And other than Crystal's plan, I'm not sure, and code enforcement bringing us back maybe a briefing on body cameras and stuff like that, what the plan, and, Michael and his crew going, here's, the priority for $6 million worth of replacement in the next year or whatever. So I look forward to seeing that plan, and for all of us, to include Mr. Destin, discussing and going, yep, okay, we should be able to do that within the next year. Thanks.
Any other comments from the council?
Yeah, I guess I see this a little different. I see this as you guys brought us the oversight that we kind of missed for the infrastructure rebuild, for the other issues that were brought up. So, and when you were saying you didn't notice something, there were a lot of ands after that, and that, and that. So I think we all recognize we noticed some capital improvements that need to happen, and the financial situation we're in if we don't address it. So to me, that's why this was crucial. And us not capturing fees that we need to capture for our citizens. So I get that maybe we didn't go full bore with these are the focus plans, but sometimes in any business, you need to step back, figure out where your deficiencies are, fix those deficiencies, and move forward. And that's where this was extremely valuable to me. So I appreciate it.
And I have one other thing to remind you guys of from the very beginning of the meeting when you all provided your visions and sort of also an answer to Councilmember Bagby is, because you all seem really clear on the financials, but also in the beginning SRS spoke and you provided invaluable information to SRS about, and she's nodding, about your visions, and that's going to help them, and they are putting together a plan that, and we're paying them to put together a plan, so that's part of the plan as well, and everything you said will be, you know, synchronized by SRS and brought back to you. So that is in the works. And to answer Councilmember King's specific question on timing, I think it was you, but to the timing, SRS is going to come back with that in mid-June. So a lot of your vision will be addressed again at that time. I'm not saying we're going to wait till June for everything, but at least that big master plan idea. So.
My last little thought is, and I'm going to be, it's under my name already for council on Monday, is the annexation. We do have the policy that got approved last year. And before I start door knocking and hosting little town forums over there, obviously I want to get everyone's blessing and making sure that this is a commitment of the council that we want to go forward with and put it on a referendum for the November election. So my little thoughts of if there's anything think about now to say, or we can talk about it at council, it's under my name, but I definitely want to get that going so I can start addressing some of the people out there that have rightful concerns of what that looks like for each individual unincorporated Destin citizen and the pros and cons, the good, the bad, and the benefits we can provide them if they do join. So that's going to be the one thing. It's not a legislative sponsor, but that's going to be my one thing this year is getting Destin United under their 40th year so they can help envision what the next 40 years look like with us up here. So just that's going to be my thing this year is that. And I'm looking forward to hearing everyone's 1-2 thing that they want to legislate behind and get done this year. So we'll talk more about that at council on Monday.
Great. Good. Anybody else? Well, thank you so much on behalf of staff. This has been a worthwhile exercise for us. As I indicated, we're going to summarize what we heard, come back to you and say, did we capture some things well? And obviously, the big plan that SRS will be helping us with will be coming down the road. But we do want to come back to you with this is what we heard and make sure that we're on the same page. I think that dialogue, that continuous communication, I think is important to ensure that we're all moving in the same direction. So thank you so much for your dedication, and go in peace.
Some of the subdivisions that